Oh, I think that was my cue. Hello, everyone. Very nice to meet you. I am Elias. This beautiful-looking guy on the slide behind me is me. I have the honor of leading the operations team for Google for Startups, and today I'm here to talk to you a little bit about ecosystems. And I want you to take a second and imagine the best startup ecosystem you can think of. Do you have one in mind? The most awesome startup ecosystem you can think of. It's probably a beautiful place. Some of you may have thought about Tel Aviv, Startup Nation. Some others may have thought about Silicon Valley a few years ago. Some of you may have imagined the Silicon Valley of back in the days when this guy who created this messaging app was there. I am told that it's illegal to be in Ukraine without mentioning the name Jan Koum. So this is my plug. Think about back in the day when Jan Koum was there. He struggled a little bit at Yahoo when he was working at Yahoo. He didn't like it very much. But Yahoo, as sort of a sub-ecosystem, gave him fantastic things. It gave him co-founders. It gave him access to tremendous knowledge, to people who had gone the entrepreneurial path before. It gave him access to capital. His first investors were people from Yahoo who made a good amount of money there, who did some seed investments in him. And above all, coming from Silicon Valley gave him a sense of credibility when he was building his startup. So a startup ecosystem can be a marvelous, awesome place. But a lot of them have a dark side. And the dark side of many of the startup ecosystems that we know today is that they lack color. They are not diverse at all. They're mostly white, mostly male-dominated, and it's always nice to say something like that as a white male standing on stage. Slightly uncomfortable, but still. It's super hard to get into them from the outside, in many cases. And we see that in many of the numbers that pop up when you do research about ecosystems right now and about how startups get funded, for instance. This is bad. This is really bad. Only 2.3% of funding in 2020, which is last year, I think you remember, went to female-led startups. About 1% went to black entrepreneurs. That's just a complete imbalance in how the world works. I'm being told that in Ukraine, the majority of people are women. So why do we see things like that still pop up? Well, it's actually no surprise, because in many of the VC firms, only, if you crunch the numbers, only about 12% of people on the VC decision-making side are women. So the people deploying the capital, there's an imbalance in them as well. While we see that about 20%, slightly less than 20% of startups who are VC-backed right now are women-led. So there's 80% of the number of startups that are funded are male-dominated still. And so we see that if you combine these two numbers, there's about 3% who goes into diverse startups. That's just not okay. And that is why I am very lucky to work at Google for Startups, which basically takes this lack of color and this lack of diversity as our core mission. Our mission is to level the playing field for startups and to make sure that founders and community can succeed with the best of what Google has to offer, with a focus specifically on diversity, because that is where we feel that we can make the biggest amount of impact right now. The startups of today, and probably many of you are in a startup in this audience, the startups of today create the world of tomorrow. They create the tools that we will use tomorrow. They help us to battle the most important societal problems we have right now. And we cannot let that important mission depend on one gender or on one color. So that is why we're here. And underrepresented founders need help. They need help, but it's also pretty damn good business. It's been a very well-established fact that diverse teams, diverse-led startups, diverse-led companies just perform better from a revenue perspective, from a financial perspective. These are just, if you do a little bit of search on the internet, these are just some of the articles that pop up. If you look at public companies, the chance that a public company with a diverse-led management team has outsized revenue returns is about 35% higher. That's good. You know, that's a good signal for which type of company to invest in. Startups who are led by diverse teams are more innovative. The number of revenue-generating innovations that a company can crunch out with a diverse team is just much, much higher. And there's many more studies about how the lean startup methodology, for instance, works way better when there's a balanced team. Or how on average, women-led startups early on generate more revenue per dollar invested than male-led teams. So bad news for the male in the audience. So it's the right thing to do, and it makes business sense. It also makes business sense because in a lot of cases, the types of industries that diverse-led startups are focused on are different. This is a study that we did in Germany a while ago, where you see that women founders are much more likely to drive innovations in medicine and healthcare, consumer goods and textile, and education. Well, if you've looked at what happened in the world in the past 2 COVID-intense years, a sector like medicine and healthcare, a sector like changing education have become tremendously important. And there's been insane amounts of capital deployed in those sectors. So what we're seeing right here is that actually it's a pretty good bet today to focus specifically on women entrepreneurs or to focus specifically on, you know, some different colors. Secondly, what's very interesting, in many cases, a founder builds a business for a problem that he or she encounters themselves. And we've seen that many men don't necessarily understand specific women problems. I can name 0 startups founded by a man who try to solve something like period-related pain or period problems. I don't think there are any. If there are, I would love to hear about them. I can think of many female founders who try to solve this problem. So it's good business because they try to focus on problems that right now we're just under-focused on. And lastly, which is also interesting, on average, if you think about corporate social responsibility and building those norms in the startup very early on about trying to battle climate change, for instance, things like that, women-founded startups, again, in this case in Germany, are much more likely to integrate those principles way more early in the process. So diverse founded startups are good business, and they really help us to solve for the problems of the world of tomorrow. The last reason why we do this, not only because it's good business, but also because we are lucky, my small little team at Google is lucky because we believe we can make a meaningful change. We believe that while some corporations and some investors are basically overlooking diverse startups as a source of interesting business, we have the ability to get a little bit of money from our corporation to really focus on them. And let me tell you what it is that we do with startups when we help them. And I need a drink for that. That's better. So, what is our offer to startups? We try to connect these diverse startups with 3 things. Connect them with the right people, connect them with the right products, and deploy the best practices that we've developed to help them grow. So the first thing is Google is a product-led company. And we figured that if we want to make a meaningful change on any type of partner, we should lead with our products. So there are many products and services that we have that can help startups from the very early stage when you're just building, just creating your MVP, to when you're growing, and then when you're scaling your business. So let me just give you 2 examples really quickly. On the one hand, we have a very big investment in Google in cloud infrastructure. And some of you may have worked with Google Cloud before. The advantage of using a cloud infrastructure like that, and I probably don't have to tell you, is that it scales with you, right? So number one is the more startups we can support building on a scalable cloud infrastructure, the better it is for when the moment comes that these startups actually scale and start to get an insane amount of traffic and an insane amount of business to their apps or to their websites. Secondly, we've invested a lot in machine learning technology. So deploying those things very early on into a company can really support to do some of the more difficult computations and the more difficult intelligence. And thirdly, we also have the pleasure of being able to deploy a little bit of credits early on to really make cloud access, Google Cloud access, easy and cheap, free, very early on in the startup. Second big platform that we help a lot of our startups with is obviously on the advertising side, and we're pretty known for advertising. So, from the stage where a company is still building their MVP, they need to validate that MVP. Can we drive traffic to their website or to their application and help them validate, all the way to when the time comes that the company needs to scale, do customer acquisition at scale. That's also something that we spent quite a lot of time investing in, sort of the deployment of those technologies together with them. So our products are designed to help startups scale fast. Secondly, over the years, from back in the time when Google was a startup, and unfortunately I wasn't there when it was a real startup, we've developed a lot of specific knowledge and best practices. So one thing that we can do is we can package those and we can deploy those, we can open source those in a way towards our startup community for them to take advantage. And there are sort of 3 that I'm particularly interested in, where Google really has done good work internally to really come up with just the right way of doing things. One is finding, hiring, and onboarding your team. Very early on, if you're looking for a co-founder or you're looking for your first few hires, how do you even start with that? How do you interview in a right way? How do you create a job description that is inclusive, that will attract different types of people, that will attract diverse people? How do you interview? How do you interview in a standardized way? How do you make sure that there are the right amount of decision makers around the table when you're trying to hire your first people? We have some experience with that, and we have the pleasure of deploying some of our people ops people, which is basically Google speak for our HR people, to help train startups. Another thing that we've developed quite recently is we have this internal tool that we use to check our job descriptions for inclusive language. Because if we believe that diversity is really key to the success of a company, the success of a management team, how do you make sure there's no unconscious biases in your job description? How do you make sure that the job description that you write doesn't just attract, white men? There are some triggers that you can pull if you look at the wording that you use in your job description that will make more likely for women to apply, for instance. So that's one of the things that we also deploy to the startups that we help them with. The second thing that, as an operations person, I love, and I spend a lot of my time with startups talking about this, is the OKR process. Some of you may be familiar with it. It's the Objectives and Key Results framework. It's basically a goal-setting framework, right? We know that if we set good goals, good people will try to attain them. If you're shitty at your goal-setting process, you will get a shitty outcome. It's basically as simple as that. So back in the early starting times at Google, this very interesting guy from Intel came around, John Doerr, and he taught the founders, he taught Larry and Sergey about this OKR setting framework. And they decided to give it a go. They decided to implement it. And I think right now we're in year, 16 of using still the same framework. It has scaled with us as a company, and it's a fantastic tool. It's simple. Anyway, I can go on about this, but the point is that is one of the things that we try to scale to startups. Teach them how to set good goals and teach them sort of these best practices around how Google does it. And then the last example that I have is design sprints. Another methodology that was invented by a few Googlers, actually in Google Ventures back in the time. It's basically a methodology for when you're delivering a product, when you want to deliver an MVP, how you can go about that co-creation process, validation process, and how you can interview the right people for you to help you to validate those things. So, best practices that work. The third thing that we try to do is support these startups meeting the right people. Meeting the right people can be, like we said before, it can be co-founders, founders like you that are going through the same struggles. It's always nice if you're a woman founder or a black founder. Again, you're not just surrounded by white male people, but you actually have some people around you that have struggled with the same problems. And also to get the right mentors in. So this is why we operate a global network. First off, we have our 6 own incubation centers, our hubs. It's a little bit like Unit City, but way less cool. I'm blown away by how this place looks. Ours is a bit more small in scale and a bit more garagey, but still with some Google money thrown at it. So anyway, 6 campuses that we operate ourselves. And then we have 75 partner organizations that we work with. So in the end, and 10 accelerators. So in the end, what we try to do is open the gates for what is almost the entire world. So if you're a startup that we support and you're based in Belgium, but you would love some people in APAC to talk to about struggles in the APAC market, well, we can probably help you make those introductions. So we support with tech, we support with Google best practices, and we support with introductions to the right people. Now, where this all comes together is in what we call our flagship programs, which is the high-touch programs. So basically, a high-touch program that we operate it's a little bit like an accelerator. We take no equity. We just work with a selected group of startups, and we try to deploy all of those things, the tech, the best practices, the right people, mentors, cool events, and bring all of that goodness to the startups that we work with in order to accelerate their growth. And the first KPI that we have for ourselves is the fact that we want to accelerate startup growth. If they can make more money, if they can hire more people, and if they can get more investment, that is when we consider our work to be a success. So, we're doing it for them, really, not for us. A couple of examples of high-touch programs where we've specifically focused on the diversity problem that I was trying to explain earlier. We have worked with a bunch of really cool, sort of different audiences. We've done accelerators in APAC specifically for women. We have ran Campus for Moms, which is basically, how can we support a new mom who also wants to build a startup? And, it was a very messy thing, trying to run an accelerator with a bunch of kids running around. But, it's a very interesting audience. Black founders. I talked a little bit about black founders before. We've done some real good immersion work with black founders. And when we were doing that, when we were doing these programs, when COVID hit, one of the realizations that we had was that cash flow started to be a problem for many businesses. And we figured a lot of those cash flow problems were actually hitting startups from underrepresented community, and in this case, disproportionately from Black founders, because it was really, really hard for them to generate that additional funds, to raise additional funds from VCs, for the problems that we've discussed earlier, right? VCs don't look like them in many cases. So one sort of honorary mention of a program that I want to give is our Black Founders Fund that we did last year. We've deployed about 16 million in grants, basically equity-free cash of about 100K slices to almost 200 startups right now, 30 of them in Europe recently, where we give them this equity grant, and we try also to give all of the mentoring and all of the goodness of our high-touch programs that we talked about before, and also give them ad grants and cloud credits for them to scale their business. So we talked about why diversity in an ecosystem is key. We've talked about what we ourselves are trying to do about it and how we are deploying some of the knowledge that we have. Now let me leave you with sort of 3 things that we've learned throughout the process that can hopefully inspire you a little bit if you want to do some of this work. Number 1, diverse founders build great businesses. This is one of my personal favorite examples. It's a company called Grip from Korea. And Hannah, who founded this company, she was trying to do something about the direct-to-consumer e-commerce live streaming space. So she figured, a lot of people are trying to sell things online, but there is this connection with the people who've built the product that is missing right now. So she launched this live stream e-commerce platform where everyone can sell on. And basically, one of the main things that she's trying to solve for is trust building. So many of the companies who sell on Grip do it over live stream video. So there's a real interaction with your buyer. And so the people who buy, in the end, they've gotten this connection with the people who had their hands in the product that they're buying. As a result, only 1% is the return rate of products. That's just incredibly low. So this works. Obviously, when COVID hit, all of a sudden, there were more people who were trying to sell online. There's this acceleration of digitalization in the e-commerce space. And so she had an amazing business at that point in time to capture the wave. What was really cool is that she decided to join our Korea Female Founders Academy program. And when this app blew up, we were there to be able to help her with who do you need to hire? You need to hire really quickly. How can we help you with some of the best practices for hiring? You need to find people not only that want to sell on your platform, but also your buyers. So how can we help you with the advertising space that we've built with app campaigns to deploy, to get traffic and to deploy your app to more buyers? And thirdly, while the COVID years were very stressful for a lot of us, in many cases, they were even more stressful for founders because the payroll of people in your company is it feels like it depends on you. It feels like the weight is on your shoulders in many cases. So by being able to support her with a support group of other founders who were going through the same thing, we were really able to support Hannah to build her business. And right now, really cool. It's the #1 live e-commerce app in Korea. So, there's fantastic business success. We're very proud of it that we had a little bit of impact on how she's running her business. So #1, it's good business. Diverse founders build great business. #2, there is a ripple effect. I talked a little bit about the Black Founders Fund before. When we were doing this in the United States, where we've worked with about 50+ Black founders, we see a ripple effect in hiring. We see that of the grants that they get, about 77% of that grant goes directly into hiring more people. And they hire more diverse themselves because they know about the struggle, right? So there's this ripple effect in the ecosystem of the people that get hired. Secondly, which is even more amazing to me, by being a large corporation who is willing to say publicly, we spend a relatively small amount on this black founder because we believe in their business, we saw an insane amount of follow-on funds. For the 5 million that we've deployed in the US, 38 million of follow-on funds from different types of investors, very often VC, was deployed into those startups. That's just insane. It's really just a small signal, a small spark that made these people decide, cool, if Google can do it, we should probably do something about it as well. And lastly, it really comes down to the ripple effect of generational wealth creation. If we can help a few black founders who are not your typical founder today, if we can help them to set up a great business, more black founders will follow, and generations after will just have a better time in the ecosystem. The last thing that I want to leave you with is the long and difficult and winding road ahead. So we've been at this work for a couple of years, and we think we do pretty well. We enjoy what we're doing. We see great case studies. But in the end, for the numbers to change, and remember the numbers on the very first slide, if we want more of the capital to be deployed in female-founded startups, if we want more black startups, or whatever the color is to become successful, we need all of us as a group. We need more VCs to be willing to make bets on startups that look different, who solve problems that look different. We need more people. Maybe there's some of you in the room who are thinking about founding their next venture and who are looking for a co-founder. Look for someone who looks different than you. Different gender, different color. It will impact your success. And we need more corporations and more places like this to focus on diversity as well. Because if we can all do it, it's going to create a ripple effect of change in the industry, and it's just going to create a better world, better startups, and a better ecosystem for all of us. So with that, I want to thank you. Let's do this.
1, 2. Seems like everything's working. Good afternoon. We have an interesting event here because we thought, when do we hold this forum? We thought the best time would be September 3rd and 4th. It will be summer, but it turns out that we were wrong. And since we talk about funding and startups, we're in San Francisco, or not Kiev. So thank you for joining us today.
English to Ukrainian and from Ukrainian to English. So if you, I'm not sure if you need it. Можна, будь ласка, нам кілька навушників?
We need a couple of headsets. So once again, thank you for joining us. Allow me now to present our guests of this panel discussion. I'll start with Yuri Filuk, or you probably know him. It's CEO and initiator of Impact Investment Project Prom Prilad Renovation in Ivano-Frankivsk, which is turning the former factory in the center of the city into a new innovation center. And basically, I think it's one of the coolest projects that is in Ivano-Frankivsk as of now. Have I missed something? No. So Ilya Kingenstein, founder and CEO of service company Office Solutions Creative States, Person of the Year in the niche of office real estate, and a person who is often joining these great innovations in Ukraine, such as 3G, 4G rollout, and doing everything possible for PayPal to work in Ukraine. It would be great to hear what's the progress in there. And Ross Magri is a person who's worked all the life with ecosystems in different parks in different parts of the world, and adds opportunities to such ecosystems to tell better stories about them. Like Esenora, who worked about 50 years in various tools on spreading the information about ecosystems. And also innovation parks, different governmental and non-governmental projects, museums. And Ross is today with us to add some global context in what's happening in the world at all in terms of developing ecosystems. Can you hear translation? Thank you. So, as part of these ecosystems and everything related to how it can be used in Ukraine specifically. Ross, are you with us? He says.
We've looked at how this technology could be used. Obviously, as a market in the Ukraine, it's still evolving, it's still growing, and there's a huge opportunity in terms of bringing some of the technology, some of the techniques that we use for our projects. We work all over the world delivering destination attractions, whether it's within museums, it's within corporate installations, retail, and tourist attractions. We also work into theme parks and leisure. And this gives an opportunity to actually bring in the footfall and create commercial destinations where people can actually come to a visitor attraction and realize their dreams in a way. It's a market that's growing worldwide, obviously, especially with COVID. A lot of people are looking at leisure destinations, and now we're finding a huge demand for our service worldwide. We've worked for North America, we've worked in Europe, we've worked in Asia, and also Eastern Europe. So we're very happy to cooperate with investors and partners and other institutions who see an opportunity where they can grow their business by a mixture of investment and also looking at how the market could evolve from that.
Thank you, Ross. Whilst you're already started, I suggest maybe, our panel is about the global trends in ecosystems. It's about real cases, and it's about your experience. So once you're the only international man on this stage, the first question to you. You've been traveling a lot, and you've been working a lot with the different innovation parks throughout the world. Do you think that ecosystem can bring additional value to businesses that are actually inside of those ecosystems, is to grow well, to grow faster, to raise more funds, to collaborate more efficiently inside, or it makes no sense and each of the companies can decide however to develop and can be successful basically by their own? Yeah. What is your vision?
You're right. We travel a bit too much sometimes. That our services tend to be quite a market niche. So we work with a number of companies, and we develop technology and also solutions. For example, we're working in partnership with Google to develop some of their corporate centers, and that's an area that will help businesses to evolve and grow. We're also working with companies like Nestle, Apple Computers. They all use technology to actually bring across their message. Some of it is intended for the end user, for the public. Some of it is intended for business to business. And we can see the opportunities that these presents to businesses to allow them to communicate. We also work with brands. A project, for example, we recently worked in France where a client who does a product, an apple brandy called in an area called Calvados. The product is Permagoire, and the client wanted to provide a visitor center, and this was an opportunity for the business to create a destination attraction for visitors, for tourists that came to Normandy, many from Paris on holiday there. And it also provided the opportunity that there was the history and the culture of the area. But then in the end, it was a brand exercise. There's a large shop that sells the product, and that enabled the business to grow in terms of the marketing. So sometimes the projects that we work on are very much as a part of an institution where there's a museum to enhance the experience. Some of the projects we work on is very commercial, it's very business, so it's very brand-based.
Thank you, Ras. Можливо, Ilya.
Okay, so maybe Ilya, question to you. I know you since 2014, and you've always been the real and the biggest innovator and driver of this modern, or the city crazy guy, right? No. In a good sense. But now you've entered a completely new industry, which is only being born in Ukraine, and it was difficult to live through this pandemic and everything with the lockdowns. Prop tech. So what is prop tech? How does it impact how does it impact the ecosystem in a wider sense, and what should be joined now? Hello everybody, sorry it's so cold here and windy, we didn't know. My explanation can be simple. You know, there's enough official explanations what property technology is. Property technology is, as one of the famous people said, one of the famous developers said, I mean not IT, but property developer. He said, look, it was a frank talk, I'm not telling his name for obvious reasons. He says, we've built for dozens of years an industry based in certain ideas, certain names and titles, and you just turned it into a Disneyland overnight with all your projects. And I said, if this is Disneyland, it's great. I take it as a compliment because Disneyland is a great business. But that's simply put. If we're more elaborate, then maybe we should say a great thank you to the pandemic. As somebody joked, that if now we are taught to wash our hands through this pandemic, then the next pandemic will teach us to turn the left and right blinkers on the car. So, what was one of the most lagging industries in the world? Real estate. The latest probably is the politics, which is in the Stone Age still. So real estate was always very conservative type of business, and so when technologies burst it open, first it was some apps that manage lights and climate and AC, and then managing people. So then there was a huge need when companies don't want to come to offices to work, or are afraid to come to office, or are banned or prevented from entering their offices through various factors, then of course you need to transform your premises and turn them into something else. So this transformation sped the prop tech entrance into the industry, so sped it up, and the emergence of prop tech. So currently we basically we've just recently learned what kind of industry we work in, because before that we thought we were in real estate and hospitality. It turns out it's prop tech. So what is prop tech? It's being able to manage your building, your office spaces through technologies. Give it the opportunity for your employees to come to work in a safe space, to pass between the buildings, not touching any buttons, not opening doors. Everything is sensor built. So it's a huge amount of tools that manages your real estate. You can buy an apartment now and rent it out day in, day out, but not participate in that. You do it through technology. Of course, in the long run, there is a person who takes the decision. But in general, earlier it was possible. It was less possible. Nowadays, it's a colossal trend, which leads to companies completely reassessing the format of office space, of work hours. There's new different formats emerge, and we are one of those formats. We don't say that we are the only alternative to office space. We are one of the important alternatives. Yura will tell about his option. So PropTech gave us a big push for the innovations and technologies to really enter the industry, which has been non-innovative for dozens of years, and sped up the emergence of this industry. The pandemic is what does it, which was what I congratulate you with. All right, thank you, Ilya. Yuri, to what extent prop-relate innovation is PropTech? I would say that PropTech is one of the principles that we also use, just as the ecosystem principle, the green building, and many other things. But it's an important set of tools, and it's just the challenge of the time, challenge of the new epoch in the modern real estate development. Yuri has always been different by being shy, but I'm gonna nitpick because his project is unique. But in order for you not to feel so abandoned, you have badges. On the flip side, there's a QR code that you can use also to send us questions that we're going to discuss, of course, with our speakers by the end of this panel. So don't be shy and write everything. I see everything in our chat bot. Yuri? For Ivano-Frankivsk as a city has always been unique. It's always been a Western Ukrainian city, but a small city with this authentic mentality and mindset of people who were always super self-organizing. And this self-organization talent, in your case, produced a project that changed the map, the picture of the city at all. You took the old factory premises and you've raised about 900 different investors, so anyone, any person, any company could be partial owner of this project. And I don't even imagine how big was the job that you've done, how many obstacles you had to overcome, and what difficulties you faced to overcome them. So can you tell us a little bit what the idea was, why was the idea emergent, how it changed the city and what it gives the businesses that stay with you and also investors. Because our audience here probably will want to understand if that's profitable enough to have a small part in the big project. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you were saying right that Ivano-Frankivsk was a city traditionally of self-organizing entrepreneurs, and also with a classic set of challenges and limitations of a small and medium town in Ukraine. There are many of such towns in Ukraine: Chernivtsi, Ternopil, Poltava, Cherkasy, and several others. So there's this lack of the opportunities for local talents. There's a lack of high-quality education and access to resources, and also there's a trap. As a result, these cities lose their talent, the brain drain comes, and they cannot reach the competitive edge on the global level. So we had this idea, what can be done to change the situation? So Unit City, for instance, to build such Unit City in Ivano-Frankivsk using Kiev logic was impossible. We didn't have our own big investor to start it. No business person to back it like you had with Unit City. But if you look at the market at that moment, it wasn't looking especially attractive. In 2012, Forbes put Frankivsk number 28 on the best doing business city. So low start opportunities, a classic business scoring shows that until now, it's still not profitable to start big projects like Unit City in Ivano-Frankivsk, but on the other hand, they are necessary because they will break us out of the vicious circle. So we found this solution in the impact investment. So creating a business that resolves at the same time economic challenges and investment tasks. But in its core, it tries to activate and use the whole city, the whole rayon, if you want. And we've looked into these old post-industrial zones that any post-Soviet city has in abundance. We focused on Promprilat because it was in the very center. It was already private property, so we talked with the former owners. We agreed that first we enter as rental. What did they produce? Gas counters. Natural gas counters. It was big. How big was it? Back in the Soviet time, the part that was still active, which we bought, was 2 hectares of land, 20,000 square meters of facilities, and we are building almost 40,000 square meters. So we found a model where we tried bringing together different investors, from small to professional, from $1,000 down to $100,000. And as of now, we've attracted more than 10 million. We bought this object, we reconstructed the first 6,000 square meters. Now we're building the next order of 12,000 square meters. It's very similar to Unit, but it has a different structure of ownership and interest. And the structure is that 70% of the ownership in the project is with co-investor who have double motivation. They are adding to an important development of their region, and there's a dividends, there's secondary market, but 30% of the profits we reinvest back into a development project. Everything with education, arts, science, incubation, acceleration programs, etc., etc. And therefore, this driver, even with while in active development phase and only part of it has really launched, it already starts producing results. If you remember Forbes, in 2020, the second Forbes rating was put in a sum total best cities of doing business, now number 1. In 2021, it was the best city for IT business on the sum total of indicators. Of course, we cannot compete with Kiev yet, but social perspectives are there. The whole processes are launching. New companies enter. but that were never in Frankivsk and they want to enter Frankivsk. So the processes are already happening. So you can say that you had an idea to make the central place of meeting for creative and technological savvy youth. So you didn't have one investor, but you had the idea and you basically crowdfunded it. And this idea, since 2012 to 2021, ran ahead of 27 other Ukrainian cities in terms of comfortable doing business, right? And it's all thanks to you. And large sense, yeah, the Forbes in their analytics, they used Promprilet and Urban Space, another project that has been for 7 years here. But you have to note that we also, for 7 years, we've launched a civil platform, Warm City, which united more than 50 businesses, civil society, backed an effective dialogue with local self-governance. Promprilet basically has an office of Department of Investment Policy of our executive local committee, and it's the first precedent in Ukraine, like in one space, like in Unicity, there's government, society, and businesses built together, united protocols. Now we're working on strategy of development of the city, and it's not only owned by the city council, but 5 main drivers of the process: Teplo Misto, City Council, Association of Businesses, Association of Scientists, and Dramatic Theater as the main cultural player. So it's a social process already, but not from top to bottom, but from bottom top. Right. Would like to know more about cooperation with local governance, what the investors get, what the companies get. But before, I would like to talk to Ilya and ask him, what's the secret sauce in Creative States? Basically, it's a young company. It's a young company that united super great new companies in Ukraine and also international corporations that lived through pandemic without problems, and the vacancy zero in your places. So, is it about proper management, or is it because you give to your residents such things that they cannot find anywhere else? Thank you for your question. I tried to analyze why it happened like that. I can tell you a nice story. Okay, give us a nice story, and then in layman's terms. So it happened like that because we were fanatically doing our job, doing our thing. And in a business like that, where it's about 1,000 different details, when somebody comes along and says, you know what, let me make some pictures and make the same thing, and it doesn't take off. And we've had such examples many times. So these 1,000 details, first of all, we know them well, and most of these 1,000 different details we came up with ourselves. So when you want to be a leader somewhere, you have to be able to set standards. You have to come up with standards, and then others may catch up with those standards. So again, it's because we understand very well what we're doing. We're deep experts in all aspects of our business. We understand that location is 50 or 60% of success. Location is a very important thing, where you're located. You cannot attract an investor to a bad location. And you say, bad location, but can make it nice. No, location is very important. But then, after location, there are the 1,000 details. The format, the concept, to understand what's the market landscape, what's the demand landscape. Why you think we didn't suffer? No, we did suffer a little bit in the first wave of pandemic, because a month before, we started panicking, we started producing our own antiseptics and masks. Everybody was laughing. You remember they said only the sick people should wear masks. But in the end, then it all started for real, and it led to empty locations. We had 2 open locations and another 2 locations being constructed. including the Arsenal factory location. And in the result, what were the lessons we learned? First of all, of course, well, first of all, we started talking that our solutions is not only for IT sector. The fruits of our labor we've seen in September when ABA came to us, then DIA came to us. So companies started coming along who directly or indirectly were IT, but not IT. Alpha Bank. That's on one hand. The second hand, we were luckier than others because we've selected top format in the beginning, like a network of premium co-workings compared with Interconti and Hilton for businesses. So the segment we have our residents was not so much prone to those fluctuations of the pandemic. Although we did get hit. And then next stage, when we opened the location with quarantine, in the autumn we had a catch-up wave. All those who wanted before but couldn't, that it's not possible, not effective to work at home, you should hire co-working. There are still companies who don't understand it. They think it's still okay. And the new companies came, not the IT, but state companies, real business came, different other sectors, tourists, lawyers, banks, retail, etc. And as a result, it made us a different, a varied hub. There are 2 + 4 other locations. So other locations started filling up. And it was difficult during the pandemic, especially with new locations. But with Arsenal, it wasn't like that hard because Arsenal was great from the first day. It was the right idea, the right location. And we did a lot of work, like I told to Yuri, with what they do, reanimating factories, because it also was a factory that produced weapon systems and optics. So, but it's a place in the center of Kiev, which initially had become one of the news centers of Kiev, where, other than us, there are a huge number of other projects in different formats. So it all played in our favor. So, to sum it up, of course, we were fanatically committed to what we're doing. There are no miracles here. You don't have to innovate too much. Just do your job the best way possible. In our country, there's a unique situation. There are many niches. You don't need to innovate much. You just do your job well. Walk the last mile on your own, and then you will be number one. After that, if you add something to this, you take it global markets, you take some best things out of it. Europe does not necessarily is a leader in co-working. Soon the Ukraine will be leader in co-workings in terms of level of services, approach to clients, client-orientedness. So you don't need to see how senior countries do it and do the same. You invent standards. Yes, but also know well your segment. So we knew our segment so well that it's not prone to crisis. It's not vulnerable to such crises as pandemic, wars, etc. And of course, location. That is a hugely important thing. So the secret sauce is there, yes. It's hard to copy-paste everything because again, in our business, you have to know these 1,000 different details. In Promprilet, like only you know what's really nitty-gritty details are, not the investor. And also, the project has to have its face, because right now people buy from people; they don't buy from brands. Brands are yesterday's thing. They buy from real people who represent these companies. They buy their charisma, their history, their way. So when we talk about that honestly, from the stage, from Facebook, personally, from Instagram, people believe you and they see the magic. And as a result, they buy from you specifically, because largely behind all that, there are offices. They are very creative offices with their fantastical zones. Come to any location, see. But in any way, we sell legends. It can be compared to cars. Modern cars, almost all cars, they're similar. They're similarly beautiful. Honda, Toyota, BMW, Mercedes, they're similarly beautiful. Of course, there are different classes of vehicles, but why do you choose Toyota but not Honda? Because you buy a certain legend. Who cares? They are basically driving the same. Largely, there's not too much of a difference between them. You buy a certain legend and story. That's what sells now. And because of that, the new play-out of brands, a bunch of brands who over the last 6 to 5 years have kick-started, who were able to transform into something that people need nowadays. Not the company that has a market millions or billions of dollars for marketing, so let's bomb everything with advertisements. No, the company that people like. Of course, marketing does a job here, but it's still about people who are fanatically committed to their last mile of 1,000 different details. Thank you, Ilya. So we're approaching to a very sensitive thing. What's better, to work remotely or in the office? So this discussion of the pandemic is going all over the world, and it's probably a question to Ross.
We were just traveling to United States just recently, a couple of months ago, watching how Silicon Valley is reopening, because Silicon Valley is always for us as a star that we have to follow. And I was really surprised that Silicon Valley is different now. San Francisco is like, it's not the same. You know, people just simply left the city, minus 15% of population. All the startups, they're out. All the corporates now, they're looking to, somehow to cooperate on distantly, you know, remotely, and teams are not in Silicon Valley anymore. You know, some of them are in Austin, some of them in Miami or next to Miami, and they don't really want to get back to the office. And we see the strict conflict between owners or managers and the team members, and they're trying to solve it in somehow. We were visiting Stanford Research Institute. You know, usually there are like a lot of cars near the entrance of the building. In this case, was only one car, the car of the president of the institute we had the meeting with. And for him, he said that, look, we are fighting to get our employees back to the office at least for 3 days a week. And I'm not sure if I'm be successful at that. What is your vision? What is the global trend? Is it like we have to get used to live with the remote, distant work, or is just a temporary and we will go back to the office just next year or year after the next? Because nobody knows. What do you feel from the entire world? What is your experience on that?
A very, very good point, that. Ourselves as a business, when we were very surprised come March a year ago when we were told that we're going to work from home, it came as a shock, because in the UK, we looked at the pandemic, we thought it's going to stay outside the UK, it's going to affect everyone else. And then when it sank down that maybe we need to do something about it, it's, you know, I remember the last day in the office saying, guys, you know, thinking it's going to be a few weeks when we're going to be away. But that forced us to change the way we worked. The staff that could work remotely, we set up the networks, we set up the facilities for them to work from home. It was challenging in the beginning. We worked together. Luckily, a lot of us had worked very closely for a number of years. So the transition was seamless. There's still challenges. I mean, we work with a number of clients, especially in the leisure industry, and there's some areas where it's just not possible to work from home. Our clients run visitor centers, operators, theme parks. Most of the staff have to be client-facing, so they can't work from home. But it really raised the question is, how feasible is it to work from home? And a lot of our businesses that we work with, we do maintenance contract for a number of our clients in London, for example. And those contracts are stopped because there's no one in the office. And I know the big corporate companies, they're, as you said, struggling trying to get people back because it raises the question, what's the point of the whole journey to get to the office, to sit down at the computer and work all day, head down and finish, and then drive for another hour or two. So I think, personally, I think there's going to be a hybrid environment where maybe 1-2 days a week, a month, whatever is agreed, that we get together in the office. The biggest challenge, I think, is from the younger workers. If you imagine when I was at university, my first job was moving from my bedroom to my front room to work on a laptop. It wouldn't be feasible, and I don't know how it works. So it's very easy for teams who've worked together for a number of years to transition to working from home. We're doing it to an extent. Frequently people had reasons to work from home, so it was just taking it to another level. But I think it's going to be very challenging for the younger workers who are leaving education to be able to work from home. That is going to be a big challenge. The other question that raised also us as a business, we started to look at employees that are not within commuting distance of our office. So over the last year and a half, we started to employ people that are within a distance that would be too far to come to the office on a daily basis. And we did that almost subconsciously. I'm sure other businesses done the same. And now to revert back to saying to these people, either have to come to the office, which is not feasible, or find a replacement is not easy. The advantage is it widened the opportunity of finding people that have the right skills that do not have to live around the corner from us. Having said that, it's also going to question how we work as a business, because if someone is based in Manchester, they could be based in Frankfurt, they could be based in Ukraine. There's nothing stopping us to employ designers, people who can work remotely to help with our projects. In fact, we've got one project which we're working with in Qatar. We've got some design people that actually, or one person is actually based in Portugal. And because we're all working from home, it doesn't really matter if the person is just around the corner or is working. Personally, I went out in December from the UK on another project. We've got a project in Malta. And I went there for a few weeks. And then we thought, okay, the borders in the UK are closing. We've got business in Europe. I might as well stay in a hotel and work from there. It made no difference. Normally, I have to be in the office. It'd be difficult for me to go away for a few weeks, probably it's just manageable. You go away for a few months, it's impossible. But because everyone was working from home, we were all equal. So I stayed in Malta for a few months, working from there, and then moved to France. We've got another project. And I worked there. And I only got back to the UK sort of May, June this year. I've never been in the office for that long. So it shows how the environment has changed from a situation that I would never dreamt of being away from the business for more than maybe a week or two, to being away for 5, 6, 7 months. And the business operated naturally. So I think we need to embrace some of the changes that the pandemic brought. It wasn't easy for everyone. I think there's some painful changes we need to make. I think some businesses have suffered and others have gained. The leisure industry, which is our main core of the business, has been very difficult for them because they're literally asked to close. And there's no halfway house where you can just work from home, or some people try to do online, but that it's only limited to certain markets. But where there's opportunity to work from home, to work remotely, I think that's a huge benefit. Not to mention also the benefits to the environment. The quality of life, I think it's something that's worth considering. It's challenging sometimes. I think the human interaction. I mean, I found the last few weeks since the borders opened, I've got trips back to back for the next 3-4 weeks because people are desperate to just meet in person and build a relationship, especially with investors, with big projects. A lot of our business is on trust. And you can achieve up to a point via Zoom. There's nothing like going to dinner with someone and building that trust. So I think that stays there. But we can find the balance between working from home and benefiting from the fact that you can have better quality of life as opposed to sending it in packed transport systems in the car for hours and hours, but also still retains this personal relationship. I think it'd be a perfect balance. And there's always a silver lining to any any pandemic or situation or as the case has been, where you can look at certain things that we're so used to doing it the one way that we can look out of the box and think, is there another way? I think this is an opportunity to embrace some of these changes and take advantage of the working from home position.
Там, будь ласка, Ілля. Я б навіть, знаєш, розширив контекст.
Yeah, I would even expand the context to get your answer, because in Ukraine we encourage each other to join businesses, join teams, to think about something together and grow together. But the global concept is hybrid. It kind of blurs our philosophy a little bit. So, from what you wanted to say, could you tackle also this question? Well, if there is no goal, people don't get together. Like there's an American dream as a goal. What do we have? If I had a general national idea, then it would be great. The very sense to get together. If you have an idea, if you have your project and you want to match someone with someone else, you get some designers or developers or some smart ideas, you understand why you need all that, then it happens. But if it's just for similarly nothing, just to have a cup of coffee, then it will fall apart. So I think for at the moment right now, nationwide, it's still like the second. But it must be an idea that will match the majority, not just a couple of people. So it has to be outside politics. It must be social sphere or something. But what I wanted to add to what Ross said, the Western world has quickly realized that work from home concept is a concept that leads to a dead end. But to change it, there's a concept of work from anywhere, where you can work from home or from cafe, from co-working, from the office, anywhere. Look at the Dropbox. They turned their offices into Dropbox studios. And they not only did an open office format, but they turned them into a co-workings. So working from home, like 100% work from home, is not can no longer be normal for a modern person, because the modern person is not enough conditions where they are at home, because they need socialization, they need communication, they need the small talks, the chit chat with the colleagues, and most definitely their new format of office is some kind of hybrid, because everything mixed together. There is no format of working 9 to 6. I mean, intellectual work. You don't necessarily need to come to 9. I'm at 9, open the computer, shut it at 6. And then you come home at work, you come home, open the computer, what do? You answer the emails. And the same happened before, but during work hours. So it's all mixed together now, work and leisure, and it's hybrid now. There's for office estate industry, thanks to the pandemic, just took up the space where it had to be long ago. And that, as a result, sped up this whole process. So work from anywhere is the new standard, is the new trend. You can work both there and there, and it's difficult for companies to adapt to that, but I think that's the future where we've come. Like 2 years ago, we thought it's going to be 10 years, but right now, it's here. But not work from home. Work from home only is a dead-end story, I think, which it's loss of efficacy, it's lack of momentum, because nobody gauged how the pandemic impacted the psychological state of people, what's happening there. So this freedom is more effective than just working from home. Wake up, go to kitchen, and there's no change of space, and a lot of irritants around, like family, children running around, and the houses themselves. The majority of countries nowadays. You're from where?
UK.
So like the UK was not adapted to working from home because apartments are mostly rather small, right? And houses were rather small compared to the US. How can you work at home if you don't have an opportunity to place simple utensils there? So I think the trend from work from anywhere is the new trend. Is the absolute trend. And companies who manage to switch over, who don't force their employees to come to office every day, but they don't send them home to sit as batteries. Those are the companies of the future. I would agree rather than disagree with you because I want to give an example of Unit City. Every year we make this huge study about how our residents live in our ecosystem. Are they happy here? What's missing here? What's the NPS level? So we engage a big international company who specializes in that, and for us it was interesting to know that 30% of all of our residents work in projects in between themselves. So they are here on our premises. They go to events that we organize, they meet each other, they communicate, they come up with something new, and they sit down and they start to implement that all together. There's a training component, there's educational component. That attracts people to find creative people like them, teams to get together, merge in with other teams, startups, funding, because startups need funding, and we attract companies who come to give away money to startups, and that enables us to attract big corporations. That's the basic ecosystem, how it works. When you have education, when you have companies that are on the same premise, they are similar, not like in business centers. Some do clothing, some do banking, some do IT, and they don't have anything to talk about together. But when it's united, when it's homogeneous environment, that's how new projects and innovations created that get funding and get sold to big corporations. That's our model. We follow it, and we find a lot of inspiration in creative states because they're leaders in services and approaches how to properly approach your residents, how to love them, how to make them happy, so that when they come to work, they feel so comfortable as at home. So Unit City is something we learn from. So, but working remotely, which the whole world is fan of it, because of course it's understandable. Like I've seen some study which says that if you make up to $80,000 per year, you're not always happy. You're fighting. Like I will reach that threshold and everything will be okay. When you reach that threshold, though, then you lose that financial drive. There are other components that drive you to come to work and be motivated. And I think in Ukraine it's a unique chance to do that, because there are not many people who make up to $80,000 per year, and there are many people who are ready to work with huge inspiration to reach that. But in developed world, it's no longer a valid motivation. So a lot of people make much more than 80,000 per year, even the middle class in California, where 80,000 it's nothing. So a place has a meaning, is important. So location, if that location supports you in your growth, like what you have in Ukraine, which stimulates you to make more money, to run faster, to come up with something new, that's the place of the future. Can you tell me, Yuri, how you're in Frankivsk, do you feel the same, or you think it's different? So, especially what Ilya said, it resonates with me, and maybe I will add that maybe that's the case where we in Ukraine, our relative poverty kind of helped us, because all over the world they had a pillow to lay upon during the pandemic. We didn't have that pillow, safety pillow. We had to take to live with new reality and learn to live, not to wait it over. Now everybody understands that it's not a short story. There will be new pandemic or something when this one passes. So we have to be flexible. And the same work we have to do internally, and we did it internally in our case. We were flexible before because we are a different functional object with different faucets, offices, co-workings, incubators, accelerators, food market, hotels, hostels, business school, makerspace, and a lot of other things. So its flexibility was still in our DNA. Now it's just more part of it. Of course, security protocols, prop tech is integrated more and more. And what we see as a result, these developer projects that were built exclusively to rent out space, they have been hit. We, on the other hand, we have zero vacancy in all our square space. Co-working is 110% busy because we're using our underloaded conference hall. And so we have about 5 to 4 candidates for each square meter, which we're constructing. Why so? Because even if a company now, like large amount of people works remotely, there are still functional parts of any business or any project that you cannot resolve remotely. Creative department, strategic management, it's not possible to do remotely. For instance, there is a friendly company in Ukraine with zero office here in Kiev, which talks to us like, could we sell all these square meters of classical office space that are half empty now, and we should sell them and build our Prompilot in Kiev as an ecosystem, creative, which would bring forth new products, but how to reach the new field. That's the relevant task for everybody. Intersectoral approach, interfunctional approach. That's something that, and Unit City, of course, is a great example of that, as creative states. And the results that the projects show, and the vacancy that we're talking about, in post-pandemic world or in pandemic world, it's that's a demonstration of that. Thank you, Yuri. Okay, we have Telegram bot for the viewership. We get many of your questions. We will get back to them, of course. But this last question for me, because the pandemic forces us to do transformation and think about specific steps. We understand the trends now. Let's talk about cases. What specifically has to be done for us, for ecosystems, so that we are interesting not only for owners of companies to be together, because they of course have an interest for the company to grow, but also the workers who work for these companies. What creative states have done in this regard? So what's the question again? You mean not the top managers who we sell, but the employees? Like, I don't want to go anywhere. I feel cool at home. How do I attract them here? How do we convince them that it's more effective here? What would your argument be? You know, before that, I would like to add about the Unit City, because I think Unit is a unique story. It's like you build a city within a city. It's great. And it's great that basically you look at creative states as a benchmark. It's great because we're getting integrated into existing city, but you're building your own city. But you're right. We are agreeing with owners, with CEOs of companies, with representatives of project managers of some companies who, in the result, who fill their spaces with our employees. We have a number of cases with a company of more than 200 or employees, and it's not that easy to manage all that. So once again, I like to start with small explanations. So we have a format. It's called onboarding. What's onboarding? When the company becomes our resident, we as the community managers, we start looking into what each of the employees is, what kind of person and employees. There can be a 3-person company or 200-person company. And we see when do they have birthdays, who are their spouses, what's their name of their pets, so basic things. And after that, we get the emotional service, or so-called. Usually it's community managers who do that. When somebody comes to work and there's a beautiful girl, a beautiful gentleman asks you, how was your jogging yesterday? Is your leg itching or not, or hurt at all? So they have a perception like they are very personal now. So our happy hours every Friday from 6 to 8, we invite barmen or baristas who give this cocktail party. So location turns into a club. People don't want to go. Or children's movie hour on weekends, because we tell our residents to bring children to location, and we don't have like kids zone. The whole location is kids friendly. So when kids get to adult space, they see how adults work. They understand more. They start thinking, what would I like to do in the future? So this kind of small things. So what do we need to keep the residents there? Because selling a subscription for 6 months or office space for 6 months, it's just the beginning. But for many businesses, that's the end. You sell the office space and that's it. For us, it's just the beginning of sales. After that, we start, it's not just selling, we're offering and we're nurturing. Some people say we get people addicted to our office space. Retention, that's your money in the bank. Retention is the biggest challenge also for the companies who do prop tech or hospitality. Ilya, if you've been in co-working or small ecosystem, bigger ecosystem, do you think growth of the company, does it has anything to do with that they get together with companies like them, or is it their way? The TCR company who's going to come later, they created their own ecosystem, they nurture it. It's an internal ecosystem. Google is the same. Do you think, from your example, does it help or does it not help? The cool, communication, cool vibe. Does it impact positively the scalability or the financial thing? So it's like privacy within the ecosystem. That's where this panel started. Privacy within the ecosystem. Open spaces where everybody's working together, that's yesterday's story. In our plans, we will transform these open spaces where people sit and work face to face in general zones. We narrow them down, we make them smaller, but instead, most of our residents, they work from offices, different sizes, from 1 to 40. So you have to have the opportunity to be inside, to have some kind of privacy, but also being able to share the zones where you can just be together. You don't, where you need to communicate. That's another big mistake of many projects that do co-working spaces, is that they try to force their residents to do something all the time. Let's do hackathon. Let's do that. Let's do that. The task is to create the best environment, and don't stand in the way like a brand. It's their office now. You're servicing them. That's very important. Not you are on the bandstand now. Your company is on the bandstand now. So the very essence is probably therein. The cool vibe and the mingling together, that has a different effect on different people. It irritates and annoys some people. Like we recently opened the summer terrace. We opened it earlier, not now in the autumn, and we made a last barbecue party. We arranged it during happy hours Friday, last day of summer, etc. So the residents come there from the first floor. They go to Mardi Gras. Windows come into the Mardi Gras, and they say, "Can you make it softer?" And we have a DJ there. So guys from the offices say, "Can you make it softer?" So I say, we have tradition. 2 hours and then it's silence. So people are different. They respond to that differently. It's not like you make everybody like that. For some people, it's their lifestyle. They cannot live without party hours. But they have to have the opportunity. They have to have the possibility, and the possibility to use that or not to use that. So that's the flexibility that operator has to create. You have to create that, the possibility for people to be able to park, to have some parking space, have some snack, have a tea or coffee, communicate. So half of that they don't really need, but they want it still, just as an option. And then of course the level of their positive experience, the quality of their time here is much higher than if they don't have that. Yeah, you trolled us a little bit about parking space. I know that there's not enough parking space here, sorry, but we have a system of car sharing. We launched it for our residents, but only in e-cars together with BMW and Mini. You can take the car at any time. You don't have to go to work on some other car. Your car is always awaiting you in Unit City. You can take it anytime. You pay a small fee for the first 2 hours. Just regular car sharing prices. That's additional function. And you don't need to park in the Unit City. Just pick your car. Small advertisement. So, okay, let's go to questions and answers from the audience. We have very material questions, how to get a job in creative states. You see, you sold your concept already, but more of questions that relate to everybody. How your businesses integrate into international ecosystems? Do you integrate with them well? Do you work outside? Is there such experience? And if so, then what kind of? Yeah, of course, in the beginning we understood that we have a big ambitions. Even in the one country size, the budget more than $30 million. And we understood clearly that in order to enter the market with this ambition, we have to back it with expertise of international quality. And one of the first partners was Stanford Research Institute, and they basically helped us analyze microeconomics of the region, to design the ecosystem, what should the key functions be, how to build the culture, how to build that innovative ecosystem with higher capitalization, and that was their first project in this space. So the same team who worked with us, their previous project was developing strategy of creative economy for the Arab Emirates, and we did communication with the first VIPs of the country. and then they came over to Ivano-Frankivsk. There was a London office changes, BMW, Bosch Foundations, Soros Foundation, different experts. The first business plan was done by Ernst & Young. Now we're constantly present on all key platforms, and our Western partners call us there because we build inclusive economy with inclusive, responsible society, and this is the potential to be part of the solution, not only for Ukraine only, but for outside partners as well. That's why we often, Davos, Stanford, Oxford, the Chamber of Lords in Great Britain, Toronto. Ilya, how do you work with international partners? Do you hire international consultants? Do you integrate into international co-working crowd? Do you learn something from them? Do you go train abroad? Does anybody consult you? What's your international contact? No, we don't get consultants. Don't hire them. But we do go. We did go before the pandemic in different projects abroad, and we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot because Creative States initially was like a fairy tale land. It's called Creative States. Why states? Because each location is a separate state, and then from early on we decided that it's going to be kind of American style. The format is American, so it's 100% bullseye about our clients. We get written about in the West. We are called one of the brightest, coolest projects in Ukraine. They showcase different locations. We have a huge number of companies among our residents. They're Western companies, and they're comfortable because inside interfaces are in English, everything is in English, and we think we communicate using the language that the customers use. Well, text messages are anytime we're in English. Let's start giving Europe here, not going outside. So as a result, primarily our communication with the Western world is based on the fact that companies who are residents, those who are listed in New York Exchange, I cannot name their names all because we don't advertise them. That's the rule. We don't showcase everybody. Like Monobank hires offices from us. Alpha Bank hires offices from us. Cyber, it's a global company that is listed in New York, Murka, Pleitica. So it's a big companies, and their creative designer department are our residents. DIA, the public company, their apps, citizens apps, DIA, that's been coded in Creative States. European Business Association is our resident. Who else? Well, there are dozens of them, maybe hundreds. And there are many foreigners among them who come to Ukraine and they say, look, what you built here is it's not only matches our vision, it's Vision Plus, because we haven't seen these things in our countries. So co-workings, nobody has ever measured, nobody rated co-workings as restaurants like Michelin stars or hotel stars, anything, airlines. Nobody rates co-working spaces like that. So it's quite easy for us. We can invent different things. We can call ourselves a 5-star co-working because there's no benchmark. There are some networks in the world that do something similar, but there's not much benchmarks in terms of benchmark. And we're friends with them, by the way. In terms of what we do, and thankfully we are no longer compared to WoWork because it's downgraded quality and financially we're different. in terms of profitability and revenues. So that gives us the understanding that we have a blue ocean, uncharted territory, and we don't only count on IT companies, but all companies who have to or believe that it's necessary to move to a similar space. So of course but they're potentially our customers. Although they cannot afford it now, tomorrow they will be able to afford it. And you just asked how companies grow within. How does that impact? Well, basically companies grow. We have 20-25% internal growth. We never sell 100% of our offices. We sell 92-93%. We leave this 7-8% for internal growth, because if the company grows and they have nowhere to go and we don't have the new location, they get angry and turbulent. So we keep the offices that are necessary for internal growth of the company. So out of our observations, companies who are in the segment of 10 to 15, they grow quickly. Bigger companies, 150 plus, they grow also quickly. From 100 to 120, they are more or less stable. And of course they get compressed in different stages of life or scale down, because if you scale down, you say, we don't need this office space, we put it on the market and we sell it. So then go back. So the cycle repeats. I can tell you about Creative States for hours. Thank you for compliments. You're all invited. We're opening the second location. We expand Creative State of Arsenal. We make Arsenal 2, and the first part of that location opens. It will be dedicated to adventure, travels, adventures, and adventurous people. There will be many Indiana Jones, Lara Croft themed designs, and we're collecting relics from all over the world to put it in that space. So these office/leisure spaces, of spaces that you can take anytime, just be there even without work. It's not even the third space in their life, but the second space in their life that adds to their house. They can work, they can just sit there or be there, and it's a lifestyle. So in that direction, I think we have to move. If those who want co-working, those who want to co-working as business, you don't go to niche products like co-working for dog lovers or co-working for BMW drivers. No. Don't do mono projects. Currently, community-based project. If you created diversified environment, then the community creates that vibe that you can feel when you get to our spaces. Thank you, Ilya. I think we have a very interesting conversation with a description of global trends, ecosystems, where the world moves, remote or hybrid work, how to create an incredibly great service for a company with their subsequent growth support, how to self-organize to such extent in terms of civil society that you'll be able to implement projects not only noticeable within one city, but noticeable throughout Ukraine. And finally, I would like to ask you all, what drives you? How can we make the whole Ukraine as a project like that? We also put this project in the chat, but what do we need to attain? What do we need to do to make it quicker and simpler, you believe? Let me start. I've had an interesting conversation with my a friend of mine. She's a cultural researcher. She told me her conclusions as some character traits of Ukrainians. We're very strong in creativity, and I believe that one of the biggest capitalization in this country is through creative industries, through creativity, unfolding your potential. Second thing she said, which surprised me, that we are strong warriors, but we are weak warrior leaders and state leaders. And thirdly, we are not very good business people. And one reason is that we are afraid of scaling up. That is also historically grounded. But I think that it's important to think big. And in our history, for instance, maybe those who love football, some 5 years ago there was an English championship where Leicester, a company which was never in the top 10, which got from the lower division and became a champion of England. It was a miracle for everybody. So that reminds me about the Mind Ball, a film with Brad Pitt. So we're trying to do the same. Thinking big, that charges people, that drives people, that attracts also investors, and that attracts residents, and people treat us well. That's why we have zero vacancy. So thinking big and acting big as well, it's an important skill to back your dreams with action. So that's what drives us, and we're basically relaunching our city from post-Soviet into a modern development, and even more higher level. If that works, we can apply this principle for the whole country, because everything we do to find that one unifying goal for the country, the idea, and maybe fight for, why not, leadership positions in the world area. Ilya, can you add something to that? So what drives me, what drives us as a company, and then what drives me personally? Yeah, you put the company first, I see, right? That's true entrepreneur. Yeah. The company wants to become a global company. The company wants to cross borders. In our expansion, we're thinking about expansion, of course. We have a location in Dnipro, and we also are interested in other big cities. But our objective is to expand forward. Not to move forward. We look at the Middle East and Asia, like we look at Europe and not only Romania and Poland, but Middle East. We want to enter those cities where there's value in what we do. The value of premium segment, if we can call it like that. So in terms of company, of course, the company is driven by being different. It's a black sheep. Like Unit City is also a black sheep in the city, in Kiev. We're a company that thinks differently within. We have a manifesto, which is a corporate culture, but not just a set of slogans. It's not a set of mottos and demagogy. Those are facts that we're trying to match by 70 or 80% at least. Regarding our employees, we don't have the strict hierarchy. We have a matrix-style management. So in the long run, we're trying to make our company tasty and juicy, not from the outside only for the customers, but for employees. That's why we get a question how to get hired. It doesn't say that we have a beach house for everybody to enjoy cocktails 24/7. No. I like mountains. I'm going to tell you what drives me. I like mountain climbing, and just recently we took half a company, living the second half of the company working. We brought them all to Carpathian Mountains. We went to Koverla Mountain. It was difficult. We had many ladies, and they were carrying backpacks, and they were sleeping in the tents for 2 nights. But that left an incredible trace in the minds of people. Can you imagine? We we went to two mountains, Petrus and Hoverla, and slept in tents. For many of them, it was the first time in life. So these non-standard, out-of-the-box approaches with people, they give much more for a long-term perspective than just hierarchy, 9 to 7, and KPIs, and etc. In this regard, of course, we've grown a little bit. We need to be on par. But I personally I want to avoid this machinery approach. We want people to be not too tired, but excited. More excited than they are tired, not because they get a paycheck every month. And the last thing that drives me, I'm going to wrap this event. I'm going to come to my location in Arsenal. I'm going to put some normal clothes. Sorry, I don't like the suits. That's not what I usually wear. Then I sit in my wife's car, and she brings me to the airport, and I go to Kathmandu in Nepal. And tomorrow I'm going to start an expedition for Manaslu mountain. That's a 8,000 meter high mountain, one of the 8,000 meter high mountains in the world, and I'm going to get there with a great company, Couloir, who does extreme sports like that. Just a month ago, I went to Kazbek Mountains, so now I'm back to mountains. So that's the place, that's the space where I get a lot of ideas, vibe, and strength. It's difficult, it's extreme, it's mortally dangerous, but I go with experienced mountain climbers, so wish me luck.
And maybe last question to you, Ross. Now you see all our contexts and all our challenges that we have. What you can advise us from the international perspective to be interesting for other world, for Europe, for United States, for Middle East and Asia? What do we need to do? Are we heading the right direction, or should we see a little bit wider and implement something different? What do you think?
I'd like to just sort of answer the same question that you answered, what drives me. And I think, as you were talking here, what drives us as a company is helping people like yourself who has vision. Because all our clients, when we travel to these places, it's clients who come to us that want to do a project. They come to us with a blank sheet of paper and say, look, we've got an idea, we want to do something. How can you help us? And our challenge is to take your enthusiasm, your vision, and help you achieve that. And we're part of that, sometimes we're quite a critical part, sometimes a smaller part within the business. But we drive ourselves because we see the end vision. And what we do, we feed into the client our ideas to build that business. We have projects, we work internationally, which is, where you want to be, we're there. But our challenge is really trying to convert these ideas into reality. And that is what really keeps us as a business, and also our creative team, because although we're very heavily involved with the technology as well, the project starts with an idea. It's just have a space, have a project, have an opportunity, tourism. It could be a business, it could be a brand. How are we going to make that a success? And we form a key part. So the challenge for us is and the ambition is to make people like yourself a success. To go back to your last question, from what we see in Ukraine, and I've been here coming for a number of years. I probably been coming here for about 10, 15 years. So I've seen Ukraine changing over the years. And what is encouraging now is Ukraine's a lot more stable. I've been on many projects where there were so many rapid changes in the economy, in the business, the opportunity that existed, that you start a project. And many of our projects will last possibly 2, 3, 5 years. And within that period, the whole economy will change. The politics will change, and that causes uncertainty in business. It affects us and affects our clients. So I think what we're seeing in Ukraine is a lot more stable. I think there's more confidence with people like yourself, and you're also very embracing in the way that the Western companies you work with are used to working. There's the cultural difference that maybe there are with other countries. So I think you're in the right direction. I think we're here because of our interest in the way you're operating, and we feel very positive about the market. So I think thank you very much for inviting me and also for listening to our presentation.
Thank you, Russ. І дякую дуже вам за те, що долучились сьогодні до нас.
Yeah, and thank you all for staying with us and not freezing too much in the San Francisco temperature. But I hope everything was okay. Thank you for the speakers and have a nice trip to Kathmandu and have a nice mountain climbing.
Well, welcome to Unit City. On paper, this looks like the most boring panel of the day. And I guess it's not only on paper if I see how many people are here, but the people who are not here are going to regret this because we are going to have a lot of fun. I'm Dominique Piotet. I'm the CEO of Unit City, but I'm also the CEO of a very cool company that I'm very proud of called Sector X. Sector X, woo! So I have some of my friends from Sector X are here. And basically what do we do at Sector X? We love corporation and we love startup and we try to match them and make them do business together, create, innovate, transform. That's our passion. So guys, if you have questions, ideas, problems, we are here to help. And actually the title of this panel is Innovate or Die. And well, I mean, you know, a lot of us, we run large corporation. I mean, I do run Unit City, and do I think that someone is going to disrupt me? And then one day I have a guy called Adam Newman who comes around and he creates WeWork. And you're like, hold on a second. That guy is creating a real estate company, but turn it into a tech company and raising billions and want to disrupt the real estate business. Or I have a cool company called, let's say, MySpace. Maybe some of you remember MySpace. It was a thing, or Friendster, right? And then there's a guy called Mark Zuckerberg who arrives and say, not cool, I'm going to create Facebook, and you guys are going to be done. Or are different from Google, who were on that stage previously, and they arrive and they say, you know what, Yahoo? Not so cool, Yahoo. Let's kill them. And boom, guess what? Yahoo is dead. So the question we're going to try to answer is, as a large corporation, do we have to innovate? And is or are startup right around the corner ready to kill us? And how do we work with those guys? How do we innovate with those guys? How do we bring them in? Should we buy them? Should we work with them? Should we do pilot with them? And to answer that great question, I want to welcome on stage my panelists. And I will start with our good friend from California, Rick Rasmussen. Please, round of applause for Rick. Rick is industry fellow at UC Berkeley. And actually is helping us a lot on building Unit City and our ecosystem. Rick, welcome, please. Then I want to welcome our also dear friend and actually client of Sector X, so thank you, Petro Chernisov, who is a supervisory board member of Pharmac. Petro, welcome. And actually, we do really cool thing with Pharmac. We help them invest in startups. So not only work in startup, but also invest in startup. And we have a few cool projects together. And it's, I have to say, it's a lot of fun. And it's an honor to have you here, sir. Well, then we had to invite a small startup that is a little bit disrupting, you know, kind of. Please welcome our dear friend Nikola Karchenko, who is actually Startup Business Development Manager at Amazon Web Services. Nikita, good to have you. And then, well, you know, I mean, some people invest in startup as well, because for them to grow, you have to invest in them. And that's what Bernard Friedel is doing. He's a co-founder and partner of Next Corpo. Please. And then, of course, we have a big startup. We needed to have a smaller one. We actually started almost at Unit City, coached by Rick. Please welcome Oleksiy Shaldenko, CEO and founder of OneTant. Okay, I'm going to throw at you a few numbers, and you're going to tell me if you feel that they're interesting. 84% of executives agree that innovation is important to grow strategy, but only 6% are happy with their innovation strategy. So 84% say, oh, we have to innovate and we have to have a strategy, but 6% are saying, but it doesn't really work. 65% of companies decide actually to wait to have a perfect product before they launch it. And that's from the Harvard Business Review. That is not exactly what you guys do at Amazon, and that's definitely not what you guys do. Like, you have a product, let's launch it and see and iterate, right? 52% of the Fortune 500 companies, and that's the beauty of a tablet, it doesn't really work, have gone bankrupt in the past 20 years. 52% of the 500 companies have gone bankrupt in the past 20 years. So it's not because you're big that you're safe, right? But on the other hand, 90% of startups have failed. So it's not because you're small that you're going to succeed. So basically, do we have to innovate, or are we all dead anyway? And this is just a very scary panel. And I'm going to ask, and start with you, Rick. What is your definition of corporate innovation? Actually, is it just a buzzword or a reality?
Definition of corporate innovation is to take your company and to think about the future state. Corporate innovation is not just centered on product. It's about the face you present to the customer, all the things you do in the name of the customer, but also all the things that you can internally to be more efficient. Supply chain, improving your supply chain, improving your profitability in any way, shape, or form. All those things are corporate innovation, and every company should be engaged in some form of innovation somewhere along the line. There's a famous book by Larry Keeley called The 10 Types of Innovation, where he lays out all these different things that companies can be doing. So even those 16%, your survey said 84% of companies believe they need to innovate. Even the 16% that don't believe it are innovating, they don't even know it.
Cool. What is your vision at Pharmac?
Okay, Pharmac is a generic pharmaceutical company, and generic company is by definition is not about innovation. It's about repeating something that somebody did before. So innovation in Pharmac, perhaps it's one of these 10 types of innovations that you mentioned. It's operational efficiency. That's type of innovation that we have to do. But every company wants to innovate and do something big, and Pharmac is trying to do this by investing into interesting companies that coming on side. I mean, companies that are doing medical tech, med tech. Companies that are developing some new pharmaceutical treatments not in Ukraine, and by talking to those companies, by investing in those companies, by learning from these companies, that's our definition of innovation in Pharmac.
So, and Nikita, this question is going to be for you. I think everybody know Amazon, and then one day Amazon decided that, there's something cool, we're good in tech, let's sell our tech to other people, and it's Amazon Web Services, which brings, I don't know, 40% or 30% of the revenue of Amazon, and keep growing and growing. So basically at Amazon, you're disrupting yourself and you're creating small startup within the company. How does it work? How do you keep innovating? Because sorry, but you're big. Like, you're going to be soon the first employer in the United States, if not in the world. More than 1 million people work from Amazon, right? Something like that.
I would say, Dominic, from my personal point of view, because Amazon was sold to me as a company, to me like a person who is major part of my life was an entrepreneur, was sold like in the following phrase: Nikita, you are absolutely unemployable person. You will never have a chance to work in the enterprises, except try to do it in Amazon. What I would like to tell you, I'm working in Amazon Web Services more than a year. It is very unique about this company that it, I would say, tries and succeeds to do two very separate things: to be an efficient corporate, but to give the space for innovation, for day one culture, like we call it and discuss it, where you will always have an opportunity to big think and to execute think and to do not only the things which are reasonable and I would say make an input to your EBITDA, but what things which could open the gates and which could bring the value to the customer. That's amazing, I would say. And yes, it is from a methodological part of view, this is the 12 principles of Amazon, which is the company is built on, and yes, this is the manner of management and the kind of culture inside the company.
So, and we'll come back to this, but to you, company culture is something that is a key component of corporate innovation. If the company culture allows it, then it's possible, and if the company culture doesn't allow it, it's dead.
The short answer is yes. It's all about the culture.
Bernard, you are an entrepreneur, and then you also are an investor in startup, and you're a very hands-on investor. Like when you invest in a company, you really take care of the company. What do you tell your startup when they say, "Oh, we want to sign a big contract with Daimler or Pharmac"? Are you like, "Ooh, guys, careful, they're going to kill you," or "No, you should go, and this is how you're going to work with them"? So what is your approach with your entrepreneurs?
Well, I think it depends on how much does that customer then influence the company, and how much is the company willing to be influenced by the customer, yes? Of course, if you sign one very big contract, you will be very dependent. And that will influence you, and it might actually kill your entrepreneurial culture if you don't watch out for it, yes? I'm a fan of many small contracts. It's much more sustainable for the company, and it keeps the internal company spirit alive in the sense how it was created, yes? So from that perspective, yes, we see it because we go into the companies for a very long time before we even invest. We make sure that they are ready for what they have to face. And from my time as when I was an executive, when I was running a rather large company at that point, I know how much you can be influenced by key customers and how much pressure they can put on you. So I'm not a big fan of them. They are very nice, but this is a very low-hanging fruit, but I think it's a bit poisoned.
Yeah, I remember when I had my company, when one of my clients was more than 65% of my revenue, I was like, ooh, this is becoming dangerous. Let's try to find new clients and diversify. And please, guys, jump in, comment to each other. I mean, it's I love being the boss of this space, but please. Alexei, so I mean, we had that conversation already, and but maybe actually you can start by, because okay, Amazon Web Services, we know what you do. Pharmac, you know what you do. UC Berkeley, but Alexei, what do you do? What is your startup about? And by the way, you changed name.
Yeah. Hello.
Good choice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Before we named like Watched, but now it's Wanted. What we do, it's our product is AI powered platform for for conducting remote research, and we analyze virus reactions using AI models. We help video content producers and distributors to determine their target audience reactions, and the product is a platform for conducting remote research. And what's about innovations? We are innovations. We can try everything what we want, and every time when, for example, Dominique meets me, he asks me like, "Okay, how are you?" I'm so tired, and it's all about the result of everyday trying. We have searched LinkedIn, a lot of pitchings, but in the team we have this culture of open to all of the ideas, and the advantage. Our advantage is that we can try and test it, and it's amazing. We don't have these big processes and discussions. We can just test it.
And how does it work with your client? I mean, do you have How does it work?
Well, sometimes.
Okay, give us a concrete example of something that works, and if you have one, an example of something that really didn't work.
I would we have two types of clients that open to innovations and they're like, okay, aggressively no. And for example, also we can divide it into types. It's local B2B corporations and international. International, they are more open, but and it's sometimes, for example, we have a good case with 1+1 Digital. They created a TV show for teenagers, and they don't know anything about the audience, and we help them to understand how this content will be pursued and also what they need to change, and we created a lot of we provide them a lot of recommendations, and they were open to this information, and it was not like restrict like why we should believe you, or okay, this tool can help us, but for example also in another way, for example, one big company, I won't name it, but for example, we spent 4 months working with them, signing NDA 1 month. For 1 month, we can make 2 increments of our product, but for 1 month for them is okay, signing NDA. After that, 3 months, we have a lot of calls, meetings, value proposition, define value proposition, and then okay, we agreed that we have paid pilot, and everything like our lawyers prepared contract. Okay, everything is like clear. Okay. Kind of on the same page, but in the last moment they ask us, okay, we need to, we discussed inside internal, we have internal discussion and decided that we need to be sure, should we invest our resources in this solution, so could you please provide us free pilot? For me it was like, I was surprised, and for me it's no. We work with B2B companies like only on paid pilots, and at that moment for me it was like respect to myself, for my team, and it was I told them we can do it with paid pilots or we don't work together anymore. And
I think you want to comment on that.
I maybe want to add maybe slightly unusual perspective. I'm talking here having a hat on me of a big company, of course, Ukraine. Big company, not well, no. I'm sitting nearby Amazon, and I'm a much smaller company. But okay, in Ukraine we are very big, and I want to say that innovation for a big company, it's a two-way street. One way is that we invest in a company and we try to help them to build better products by using our expertise, because obviously we have a lot of knowledge about what they're building. But it's another way that I like very much. My job as a supervisory board member is to introduce startup, agile, lean, very quick ways of thinking into very big company. And of course, all the big companies, they are slightly old school. They have this stodgy, slow type of thinking. And when we meet the startup founders, their staff, and when people in Formac sees how quickly they make a decision, how quickly they pivot the products, how quickly they change the direction. And one day I hear in my big company managers say, maybe we should do the same. Remember how those people in these startups that we invested into, how quickly they changed their direction, how quickly they decided to buy this thing, to try this thing, to launch a small, I don't know, advertising on Google, it didn't work, launch another advertising, launch another project. And I think that it's super important that a big company also learns from startup and changes the corporate culture. Perhaps you as a member of academia can add your own perspective on this.
Well, and Rick is not only a member of academia because he had a corporate life, he had a startup life. So, Rick, what is your take on this?
Just to mention, so the corporate life, born and raised in Silicon Valley, I went into the semiconductor industry. The first 3 companies I was part of, I was very fortunate, but each of them started from zero, got profitable, we took them public, pretty successful, sold each for a collective $12 billion. And so that was my corporate world. But then I got to become...
That's Silicon Valley, guys. Don't laugh.
Yeah,
That's Silicon Valley.
People would say, only 12 billion?
12 billion? Failure.
Then I became a venture capitalist. Now I have the best job in the world, which is to teach. So that's what I enjoy in giving back. So this whole idea about culture and the impedance match, the difference between the speed of a large corporation, their processes, the procedures that you go through, the policies, the non-disclosures, the legal department, the HR department, all these things that weigh down these large corporations versus a startup that has none of those. Zoom, 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 zoom. We have to change. We have to do this. We have to be super flexible. Can I play professor for a second?
Please.
All right. So
I love it when Rick plays professor for a second.
Thank you. So back in the day, there was no such thing about cooperation between large companies and startups. Now we call it closed innovation. This was the large companies that each had their own big internal R&D labs. Think IBM, think AT&T, think General Motors, think Ford. They hired engineers, usually master's degrees or doctorates right out of school. They would come into the lab. They would try to think big thoughts. They would work on 10-year plans. They would work on their research. And eventually, maybe that made its way into actual product lines. Closed innovation. About 15, 20 years ago, the idea of open innovation, to actually start using other parties to help with this process. And other parties initially meant partnerships back and forth, but over time, corporations have started to realize the value of working with startups. Open innovation. So you hear that as a buzzword everywhere. So what we're talking about here really is a panel, because we're focusing on this partnership between startups and corporations, is that whole process of open innovation. Open innovation is not the easiest thing in the world. It takes the proper large company with the right mindset and the right procedures to be able to understand what it is they need, to then go out and scout the world, scout all the startups that maybe can fulfill some or all of that need that they have. Once they identify, then work with those startups on this partnership stuff like Alexei is talking about.
Okay, if you play professor, can I play
Yes, sir.
student for a moment?
Yes. Great.
As a student, I'd like to ask, what's two typical biggest stupid mistakes that biggest corporations are doing when they are working with startups?
The stupid things. One is to set up an independent, totally separate innovation lab off on one side. This innovation lab is responsible for working with startups, getting things going, little pilot projects, but those projects never make their way back into the large corporation. So innovation is an island. It is not part of the overall corporate culture. It's just something that the CEO said one day, hey, we need to be innovative. We're going to set up a lab. You people go work with startups and find new things. It's a waste of time for the corporation, and it's a waste of time for the startups.
Okay, that's one big stupid mistake.
But that was a good story.
Can I add a second?
Yes, and then I think Bernard has a few ones, and then Nikita has a few bad things to do.
Okay, I think one of the biggest mistakes is that this investing into startup, helping startup to grow, when it's not sold to company owner, when it's going on a lower scale in a big corporation, it's not gonna work. So the company owner, or at least CEO, has to be sold on this thing. Otherwise, it's simply not working.
Bernard.
Yeah, I think it has to be in the culture of the company. If the CEO sets up this lab, it's an alibi. Yes, it's like we also do innovation. Look, we have this fancy lab over there. It's not ingrained in the corporation at all.
We call it innovation theater.
Yeah. Yes, it's like me too. Yes, I have one too.
I'm going to talk to the press and show and impress them on how innovative I am. Look at my lab.
It's the alibi. Yes, I have it. I thought about it, so we can check it. It will it will do nothing. That's why they will have to go out if they get real innovation and will have to buy something.
Nikita, you want to comment on that?
Trying to step in to be a professor also. What mistakes are observable here? I had several talks with the corporate innovation managers who are making with plenty of pilots, I would say, but not only pilots, not only commercial paid pilots, Alexei, but also merger and acquisition deals. And it looks like so attractive. You see success, merger and acquisition, what a great story. But in fact, corporates, enterprises, they consider merger and acquisition deals usually, and it's kind of a mistake from my point of view, as a way of hiring. It's not about, innovation. It's about the way how to avoid this regular headhunting, recruiting system of the corporate, which is very usual, strict, and which is very, I would say, resistant to very unordinary thinking people, and to let these people inside the company. So just to buy their company when they are small. But in fact, it was a good story about the culture injection when the startup came to the enterprise, and just showing the way how speedy they are. People working in the enterprise begin to look at them and try to be the same somehow. But in fact, this kind of merger and acquisition, they don't, I would say, bring neither innovations and neither people. In half of a year, in a year, the entrepreneurs, they go out of these companies because the culture is not ready to adopt. There is no space to do big things in a great speed, I would say.
Alexei, I mean, if tomorrow Amazon, who is the third producer of online content in the world, probably after, I would say, Disney and probably Netflix, comes to you and say, wow, this is cool, what you're doing. You can predict how people are going to react to my content. If they come to you, and actually, if I was Amazon, I would come to you and try to buy you now because you're not yet too expensive. How would you react?
I would say that we are in the process.
You are in the process. Okay, press around? No? Wow, that's news. Too bad I didn't invest earlier in you.
But no comments But
okay.
For example, if Netflix or Disney, for me, I have, for example, 10 years ago, I have a dream work in Disney Research in Zurich. 3 years ago, I thought, they are my competitors. Now I think that they need to be my client. And I'm prepared for them, and my team prepared. And for us, we will choose this a client. We would will be excited. We'll be excited for sure. But for us, it's.
But the client. But if they come to you and say, no, we want to acquire you.
Acquire. It's one of the exits. Opportunities.
But that would be about the money.
Yes.
But what about
values?
Yeah, or coming and joining Disney and working for Disney and maybe seeing your product being killed, or I don't know.
Technology. So for me, it's very important to be independent, and we try to do our best that we, for example, when we'll have this opportunity, we'll be kind of on the same level. But also, it's very important that for big corporations can be also aggressive and make pressure on us, or even by our competitors. So it's also very important to be smart on all of the decisions.
Petro, do you acquire startup?
No.
No.
We don't want to acquire as a startup because we are not ready. We have completely different culture. I believe that if we now acquire control of a startup, we may even kill this startup. So it's out of question.
There's a good chance, but. Nikita, one of the things that Amazon Web Services actually is doing, you guys work a lot with startups, and you support and you help them grow with expertise, knowledge, access to your services, the cloud. Actually, you're partner of the Nest Bootcamp, and thank you for that, and thank you for the support Amazon gives us at Unity to grow our ecosystem. How does it work, and why do you do this? Is this just okay? We're gonna help those startups, and one of them is gonna become a big client one day, or why do you do that?
There are some evident answers and not evident, I would say. The evident answer is yes, we are somehow working in this venture market model. What does it mean? In this innovation world, I would say major part of the startups will die, but one will become very big. And nobody knows for sure who will be the next big thing. So AWS, both with venture capital funds, with accelerators, with such an ecosystem players like Unit City, investing in the startups, investing grants, I would say, credits, which allow them to grow their products in cloud for free, invest in time with expertise, tech-savvy, business-savvy, because if talk about such a root thing like ROI, revenue on investment, someday only one startup who will grow in the cloud, it will be the success which will cover all these investments. But there is also some non-evident part, and the thing we like to do in last 3 years. It is both about enterprises who try to innovate, who innovate in-house and using open innovations, and who try even to change the industry, become the industry leader. And here we have, I would say, a special program which we call AWS Connections, which is working from 2019. And yes, Dominique, yes, colleagues, this is some kind of a Tinder for startups and enterprises. And this is non-evident thing which helps us to matchmake the exact startups we know with the enterprises who are ready to innovate, want to innovate, and are ready to adopt these startups to, I would say, to win both, to help enterprises to innovate through startups and to help startups to grow more aggressively, to speed up their go-to-market pace, I would say.
Alexi, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, and I also want to say that it's a very good strategy. For example, we have experience, everything on our platform was built on Microsoft, for example, but 2 years ago, after a conference, your salesman asked us, okay, do you want to try it? We have credits, we have activate program, and from we wrote Microsoft, okay, somebody try to help us and provide us with credits. Do you have any programs for us? They said, no, we can support only startups on the seed round with more than $200,000. Okay, we said, okay, and after that we go with AWS. And now, for 2 years, we built all our solution on AWS, and with this support credits, it helps us to grow. And we can rely on this help of big corporation. And I know for sure that we are promoters. For example, all my colleagues from other startups, I always recommend AWS, for example. It's a very good strategy.
So it's a good way. Bernard, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, it actually just shows that even a company like Microsoft has become slow because they cannot support that. Amazon has programs to entice them. And I think it's a very smart move because what used to be the operating system of your PC is today the cloud infrastructure, yes? And to whichever cloud infrastructure you marry yourself, you will stay married there because your cost of changing will be too high.
Petro.
I would add to this that, in my view, companies like Microsoft, Amazon, and similar very big companies are already long ago managed by legal and financial people, not by commercial people. And when such a company comes to small startup and says, we are here to help you grow, I would feel in danger.
Okay. Rick.
I have a case. I have a case.
Yes.
I would say this could be true, but I have a very fresh case which is corresponding to the topic you raised now. One of the startups, I even write down the name. Its name is Agenta. This is the startup about artificial intelligence startups, which platform helps to read the live status of the health of the man or woman or of the human using different IoT sensors. And this startup got the contract with NASA due to this AWS Connections program. And the CEO of this company told afterwards when they won this contract, having Amazon Web Services like a big brother is not so scary. It could bring value.
There you go. Rick, do you want to add anything on that?
It is, well, first off, the whole idea about what happens with a startup when they start to interact with one of these large corporations. Sometimes it's scary. Sometimes you get acquired. Sometimes they hire you just for the people and then do it. By the way, that's called an acqui-hire. So you acquire somebody really just for the people and you squash the product and you run off. Google's been famous for that.
A lot of Silicon Valley companies are famous for that.
Acqui-hire. So how do you hire the best talent in artificial intelligence or machine learning or something? Oh, there's a startup over there. We'll pay you a lot of money, and then the product goes away and off you go. So in general, the interaction between startups and corporations is always different. It's super challenging, and every single corporation that is actively engaged with looking at startups as a source and inspiration for innovation has their own methodology. And this is, well, you talk about academically, this is the area right now that academic science and business science is looking at, because there is no strong formula. It's all trial and error. And some people have succeeded through trial and error, and some people maybe not so much.
I want to talk about something else, and Alexei, you briefly mentioned that before. It's a question of momentum. So, I mean, larger corporations are well known for being slow, being big, having a lot of processes. Startups are fast, or they're known for being faster, quicker, making quicker decisions, being able to pivot, launching their product as an MVP, and we iterate. And so basically what I'm trying to say is, because of the difference of pace of those two types of company, can they meet somewhere? Or basically this will never happen because we're just too different. Who wants to start? Petro, what do you think?
So the exact question is how this whole ecosystem is evolving.
Right, and how can they work together if they're not just going at the same pace?
I think the major rule is to stay on the distance. Don't come too close to this small company, otherwise you risk breaking this company. And don't allow your lawyers and your finance people to come. I mean, they have to stay even on a bigger distance.
Do we have any lawyer or people working in finance in the room? Because
you have to go to the last row.
Yeah, that's the drinks are over there. What is your take on that? I mean, how can they meet in the middle? How do you make them work together? Do you force it? I don't know.
Again, they're always trying to innovate on how to innovate. They're trying to invent new things. If you take a look back maybe 6-7 years, the big thing was hackathons.
Oh yeah, I remember those hackathons.
Oh man, everybody was doing a hack. Let's hack this weekend. Let's go to a hackathon. And the prize money started off at $500, and then it got to be $5,000, and then it got to be $50,000 to be able to hack something over a weekend. So every major corporation was sponsoring one. And frankly, over a weekend with just some coders, you're not going to invent a whole lot. Experiment, failure. Okay, let's try corporate accelerators. Let's build an accelerator within our company, and let's go off and interview early stage startups, and let's bring in Alexi into, our corporation, our large corporation, and we'll set up some desks for them, and we'll look at them and ask for reports every week and see how well they're innovating. So that's really hard. So that tried and failed. Then it became matchmaking. So this is in vogue right now.
This is what Sector X is doing, so yes. Oh, okay. Wrong ID again?
No, maybe not.
Okay, thank you.
We're in the middle of this experiment to sort of see how well it goes. And
Right.
yeah. So the big one in Silicon Valley is Plug and Play. You may know them. Plug and Play Tech Center.
I do.
Yeah, everybody that's from there is a little jaded. But what they've done is they've set up, it's almost a $100 million business right now, where large corporations go to this one place, and they've built they've got a library of startups, and these big companies go in and say, we want to see some startups. And so Plug and Play does some matching, and sometimes that works, and sometimes not. But the matchmakers make the money.
But what works?
I'd say, well, we talked earlier about this failure rate.
Yeah.
90% of startups fail, 50% of corporations fail over time, those kinds of things. And so we're seeing failure rates and some success rates. So I think we'll continue to innovate on how to innovate. There will never be the magic thing that works all the time, because we're dealing with people and all the risk factors and everything else. So let's keep trying.
I'm going to tell you a story. In 2001, I was a young kid at that time, and I became head of innovation of BNP Paribas. And it was right after the merger between Paribas and BNP. And the CEO of BNP Paribas, Michel Perrault, who is a guy I admire, and I think he's one of the best bankers in Europe, was not very interested in innovation, and he hired me to become head of innovation of the company, and he told me, well, we just had a bubble, so please kill everything. And they called me the killer at the bank for a while. But I stayed 10 years, so I did a good job at killing and then bringing a few things. But Paribas had acquired a really cool company in the US that was starting doing online payments. And they had a small competitor, and they decided to buy not the small competitor. The name of the competitor was PayPal. And so we killed that company, and then PayPal became PayPal. I'm not super proud of that, to be honest. But I was young and fresh.
You can be proud. You were involved in PayPal becoming PayPal.
True, in a way.
In a way, yeah.
Elon Musk is thanking me every day as one of the co-founders of it, and Peter Thiel as well. But seriously, what works?
Okay, so a lot of it depends on the needs of the corporation.
Okay.
So the personality of the corporation, and then what sort of startups they need, and so on. Let me give you like 3 examples of corporations.
Please.
That are trying to either tried to innovate or trying to innovate. Remember Nokia back in the day?
Oh yeah, Nokia, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
One of those.
One of those. So everybody had their Nokia phone, the little candy bar in your pocket, easy peasy, off you go. And then one day, Steve Jobs stands up on stage and has one of these with a big screen on it. Uh-oh. So Nokia ends up going into shock. And they were presented with something from the outside, had to innovate or die. They're still around, but they're not really in the cell phone business. That business died. The world's largest by share.
BlackBerry. Remember BlackBerry?
BlackBerry died. So in the corporation, if they're looking for startups to fix something that's a shock, something with a very short-term need where they have to overturn the corporation, that will never work. Example 2, Adobe. So Adobe, you know, the creative software company, and they're still around. They're within walking distance of my home. it was faced, they were providing very large, expensive suites of software for the creative marketplace. Thousands of dollars for an Illustrator license, or any one of the licenses that they had, Premiere and all these other things. But they started being nipped at the heels by all these startups that were doing subscription-based businesses, that were doing brand new ways of offering creative software to the market. That they saw coming. They adopted an innovation plan. It took a couple of years, but they were able to take this server-based software to put it online, to develop payment systems and everything else, and they used a few startups to help that. That's more gradual. You can use partnerships with startups, and you can use open innovation to try to make that happen. So that's short-term and medium-term. Then there are companies that are lined up on long-term innovation. They have an innovation plan. They're really bought into this open innovation process. They have these mechanisms to work with software. And in my classes, one of the examples that I use is Amazon.
Yes.
Yeah. So here you have a company with a completely different personality, and one that does a better job at interacting with startups, one where the startups have a higher chance of being successful by working with someone like you, and you have a larger chance of being successful by working with startups and continuing to be innovative. Turns out the other example we're kind of debating here is Microsoft. Remember Microsoft, the desktop software company, in Windows 98 and everything else?
Yeah.
They've completely changed, but they had a long-term vision, and they involved and purchased a lot of startups to be able to do that. So the success metrics have not only to do with how you do it, but also your needs and the type of company that you're going to work with on bringing them in, and how you interact with how you scout for, how you bring them into your ecosystem, and how you engage with the individual startups.
But okay, can we dig a little bit deeper? And I'm going to ask you guys what you think about this. But when I look, for example, at Microsoft, one of the things that happened at Microsoft is a change of CEO, a new vision, a new manager. And Satya Nadella is completely different from Steve Ballmer, and definitely completely different from Bill Gates. So how important for you, and Petro, maybe you can, how important for you it is the vision of the management and the alignment of the management on, okay, we have to innovate, and this is how we're going to do it. And in many ways, it doesn't matter how we do it. It's just we have to do it, and this is our way of doing it.
All right. I have a short answer, and if you want, I can give a longer answer.
It's okay, we have the evening.
But okay, we don't have a lot of time, I see.
No, we don't.
Yeah, but a short answer is, I'm convinced, and I've been CEO in 3 big companies before, and I'm completely convinced that everything, 90% of success or failure in the company is defined by who CEO is. So CEO is #1 reason for success or failure of the company. And we see it in all the countries. And the best way for the company, if it's easy to change a CEO if he or she is not successful. And we see many companies, many CEOs who have a big stake in the company. It's not easy to replace, unfortunately. And obviously, the guy you named, Mr. Ballmer, I think he overstayed his time, and he should have been changed before. And then Microsoft may perhaps became better company even earlier than it did. But anyway, the CEO is a first and foremost reason for company being successful. That's a short answer.
Bernard, I'm interested in your vision on this, because once again, not only you invest in company, but you invest when you see you can become hands-on and really become almost part of the management of the company. How do you make, how important is the job of the CEO or the management team when you make those decisions to invest?
I think it's critical, it's crucial. It's one of the biggest influences for us to make a decision to invest is we don't necessarily invest in the product, we invest in the team, we invest in the people, we invest how they interact with each other and how they can solve problems, because as innovation has to happen, they might have to pivot tomorrow. They might be in the hospitality business, and a pandemic comes around, and then they need to pivot. And if they don't have this team feeling or this problem-solving mentality, then they will not make it. So we base our decision heavily on the people.
Alexei, as a CEO and founder of a company, do you feel the pressure?
Yes.
But seriously, how do you keep yourself on, okay, I have to keep innovating, I have to keep inventing, maybe I have to pivot. You just change name. So you make all those decisions all the time.
Yes, every day is something new. It's every time, every call, meeting, it's a challenge, but it's lifestyle. Now I can't even imagine another life, and it's inspired me, and I try to do all my best to inspire my team, because you don't know anything what is going on the, like, in 1 month, how the world changed, or even pandemic. So, and it's very crucial, and it's very hard to, for example, we started working on the project. For example, we have 3 elections in Ukraine. It's mind-blowing. For example, it's, after that, COVID. And I also want to thank you for Nest, for example. It helped us a lot. And after that, it was like, you know, the start and push us to try and working with Rick. It was an amazing experience that helped us to change our mindset from local perspective to the worldwide. So it's, from the business point of view, it's always interesting, because you don't know what is going on for the next day. And from the working with team, it's all you, like they're your not friends, they're your colleagues, your family, and you care about them, and you can't even imagine that you will lose them. So it's all about respect and inspire them to follow next
To conclude
challenges.
this panel, I would like to ask each of you to give us one recommendation, to give us one recommendation, just one. Your best recommendation to be more innovative. Who wants to start? Yes, Nikita.
I would like to start, and my advice, would be to enterprises who are enter with open innovation strategy. These are very free, concrete things, I would say. Concrete things, concrete point number 1. Please make a sandbox for the startups, which is a very good place to run pilots. There are no or very few legal restrictions, there are no or very few financial restrictions. This is the place for innovations to start. Second point, the pilots should be commercial. They should be paid. All this is your investment in the future. And point number 3, all the pilots should, there should be, we call it SLA, or what exact time enterprise need to give an answer for the startups. Will they make a pilot or not? Because I see the very successful corporate accelerators and innovation departments who took this decision, I would say, to start pilot or not in a month. And now with 4-month discussions, a lot of calls or whatever, we start or not, with a very clear criteria, what will we consider a successful pilot in the end. That's all.
Petro, your recommendation. And okay, 1. Not 3. Nikita.
Sorry.
It's okay.
All right. All right. Okay. Okay.
Okay, 2 if you have to.
All right. So it's one advice, but it's slightly longer than you may think. So all of you here, if you came to this panel, I think most of you dream of becoming a founder or CEO of some startup company. That's my assumption. So my first advice, don't. So if you think that you are smart enough and that's the reason you become a CEO or founder, smartness is not enough. You have to be crazy, you have to be indestructible. But if anyway, even after my advice, you decide to become a founder, to start up of some startup, and later CEO, first read a book. That's an advice.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yes.
Which
And-
one?
Yeah, not any book, of course. I'm not finished yet.
Good.
So, my advice, get a book. It's in English, but there is a translation. The book written by very, very famous person in Silicon Valley, Ben Horowitz, and
Yes.
it's called Hard Things About Hard Things. I'm talking to a lot of people in startups because I'm angel investor and I'm working for Pharmac. We also working with startups. And first thing, I'm talking to the founders. Please read this book. And even after reading this book, you still want to start up a company. You want to be a CEO. Okay, maybe you are crazy enough. Maybe you can sustain this.
Cool. Ben Horowitz, The Hard Things About Hard Things. Actually, it's a really good book. I happen to know Ben fairly well. We share, we love shoes, sneakers. But anyway, that's another story. We'll talk about it later. It's interesting because I was expecting Rick to share a book with us. So what's your recommendation, Rick?
My recommendation for books for startup.
No, a recommendation on anything.
On anything, okay. So where the panel is corporate innovation.
Right.
So I would say if you're looking at investing in a corporation, in a stock, if you're looking to join a large corporation, if you're looking for good corporate culture, it starts with the board of directors. We're talking here a lot about the CEO, but you want an independent, aggressive board. The board itself is there to basically manage the overall value creation of the company on behalf of the shareholders. So what they're looking at is the price of the stock or how it's doing against its competitors in the marketplace. And if the company is failing, it needs to innovate. Innovate or die.
Yes.
So it's the board, a strong independent board, that then drives the CEO to establish goals for innovation, and the CEO is the one that does it. So innovation really does come from the top down. And so if you want to partner with a company, if you're a startup and want to partner with a company that says, we want to help you out with doing some innovation and stuff like that, think about the board, its long-term vision, make sure that their values are aligned with yours, and the chances are that both parties will be successful. The corporation and the startup will be much stronger.
Bernard, your recommendation.
Well, if you want to innovate, you need to question everything. You need to be able to say established things are not there just because they are established. They can be questioned, they can be changed, and that can bring the innovation sometimes.
Cool.
My
Alexei.
advice, enjoy every minute, hours, all your nights working on your project company, because it's empowering. And
Be passionate.
Be passionate, yes. It's all about it. It's all about people, process, and this interest.
It's time to conclude. Something extremely important happened on August 29. Something nobody thought would happen. The Mississippi River in Belchas changed ways and started flowing the other way. This could happen to anything. Innovate or die. I will leave you with that thought. The Mississippi River can change ways. Thank you, guys. Enjoy the rest of the You Tomorrow Summit, and thank you to our wonderful panel. Thank you.
Don't you give me your
And thank you, Dominic, for winning a We are going to talk about ecosystems, specifically clusters. Ukraine is a cluster, and how Ukraine as a cluster also interacts with global clusters and superclusters around the world. So panel is really intended for anybody that's interested in entrepreneurship in general, especially global entrepreneurship. Hello, my name's Rick Rasmussen. I'm currently industry fellow at UC Berkeley. I'm from Silicon Valley, born and raised. That's kind of a rare thing. And I helped build 3 startups from scratch, take all 3 public and sell them for a collective $12 billion. Then I became a venture capitalist, hated it. That's another story. And then now I get to teach, which is super fun, and I get to help out with panels, which is even more fun. So thank you for being here. We'll have a good time. So I'd like to go ahead and introduce. We have an amazing panel here today. So I'm going to go ahead and call each one of them up and ask them to say a word or so about themselves. But to start off with, Keith Silverang, if you can join me up here, please. Keith is a board member of Grandland. Please. Sir, why are you here?
Why am I here? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, right. So I was building a career in Finland. Actually, I've been there for about 35 years, which revolved around high-tech campuses and growth companies. And we ended up building that up into a 6-country chain. And I've pretty much seen it all when it comes to every aspect of growth entrepreneurship, from the bricks and mortar you see around you here today, to the personalities that populate the community, the funding, everything, the best and worst of it. So I can probably give you an objective view on the subject of ecosystems.
Is it ecosystems or ecosystems?
Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. You know, if you saw When Harry Met Sally.
Excellent. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Should I sit here?
Next, I'd like to invite up Natalie Veramina, Director of Tech Ukraine. Natalie.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm most excited to be here, and really ecosystems are one of my favorite topics because I believe in collaboration, in cooperation, and in interconnection of elements, players that are actually able to grow something really significant. I believe that one person is just good, but when we have a combination of different unique actors, that is becoming great. So I'm just really excited to be here. And we at Tech Ukraine are doing this for Ukrainian ecosystem. So we're studying the gaps and launching their initiatives. One of the initiatives are the portal, techukraine.org. So that's basically it. Yeah. Rick, do you want me to tell something else, like something about myself?
A good introduction. That was a great introduction. Thank you. We're going to call up the rest of the panelists, and we'll go ahead and get started. So next, Mr. Chris Burry, co-CEO of the U.S. Market Access Center in Silicon Valley.
Thanks, Rick. Just to quickly introduce myself, my own background is I'm a serial entrepreneur, had a whole bunch of companies, 3 exits, 3 that didn't work as well, but you learn a lot from the companies that don't work, and you apply it to the ones that do. For the last 10 years, I've run the U.S. Market Access Center, which is a fairly unique company in that we do training, coaching, and mentoring of startups, and also ecosystem building all over the world. We've run close to 200 programs, 42 countries, and glad to be here, happy to be back in Ukraine, and hope to be able to share some insight from what works and what doesn't work from what we've seen.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris. Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. And then, last but not least, my new good friend, Miguel Martin, President of Science, Tech, and Innovation, United Nations SDGs, and the World Business Angels Investment Forum.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm very glad to be here, to be part of the panel. Basically, before anything else, anyone that want to talk about building bridges between the Ukrainian ecosystem and the Spanish ecosystem in Spain and Latin America, I will be available after the panel for talking with anyone that could be interested in going.
Okay. Thank you. And applause. And we're going to do the panel cheer. So everybody put their hands here. I've never seen this on a panel. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, ecosystems. 1, 2, 3, ecosystems.
Woo-hoo.
All right, thank you. Thank you for letting me do that. So, to kick things off, again, I mentioned I'm from Silicon Valley, and everybody holds up Silicon Valley as the aspiration for ecosystems around the world. Oh my God, we want to be just like Silicon Valley. So I want to go around to start with and say, do you agree with that, or do you think that's full of something when I say the world should aspire to be like Silicon Valley? Yeah.
The world should aspire to be like Silicon Valley. Well, I completely disagree with that, actually. You know.
What?
Yeah. Well, first of all, Silicon Valley is California. You know? So, but the problem is that you can't replicate Silicon Valley. It's unique. So if you aspire to be a replica of Silicon Valley, you're going to fail. Best you can do is pick the elements that make sense and adapt them to whatever your local environment is, and try to play on your own strengths. Good strategy is built on your strengths, not your weaknesses. So try to be something you're not, and come up on a stage like this, you're going to fail. And that's what's going to happen if you try to replicate Silicon Valley here or anywhere else.
So we're talking about assets and strengths. Can you talk a little bit about the tech system in Ukraine?
Sure, with pleasure.
Please.
Actually, I think that for now, and you see currently there is growing interest to the Ukrainian tech ecosystem, and I believe that since 1991, when we gained our independence and we opened our gates to the Western world and started with IT outsourcing industry, we did a lot, and that was good start with IT outsourcing. So IT outsourcing companies opened the market and created the base, and currently we see the growth of the startups and also the product companies. When we're speaking about the percentage, recently, like 3-4 years ago, I was speaking that 80% was the IT outsourcing companies, and 20-30% are the products and startups. I think that for now the combination changed and the balance, and we have around 40-50% taken by the startups. So we have already somewhere around 200,000 IT professionals working in the industry. Quite a lot of achievements of this again IT outsourcing companies, because they are having clients in the Fortune 500 list. They are getting their rankings, like the top rankings. But also we have 3, or rather for now already 4 unicorns. We have quite a number of investors that already entered the market, and if we compare the reports from the previous years and this year's, we see the growth of investors, foreign investors coming into the market to invest into the early stage startups, not only the late stage startups, and that means the increased trust in the ecosystem. Apart from that, of course, we have the clusters, we have associations, we have co-working spaces, we have Unit City that is like one of the headliners that was really pushing the whole vision about what Ukraine can be when it succeeds in the tech sector. And we have quite a lot of other things, like this event is happening for now, like it's also a great achievement and a good ambition for us to open the gates of Ukraine to the rest of the world, and also the rest of the world get more connected to Ukraine, because I believe that's something that we need to start speaking speaking more to the world and understand global trends and be more connected. And that's actually the topic of our today's panel.
It
right?
is indeed. It is indeed.
Yeah. So I can actually tell a lot about the ecosystem, but better probably save time for the discussion, but not the overview. But if you're interested, we at our portal publish a lot of information about Ukrainian tech, and I want the world to know more about us.
Excellent. And I can find that where online? What's the URL?
It's techukraine.org. That's the portal. The mission of this portal is to do this public promotion, the promotion of Ukrainian tech and our successes to the rest of the world. And it's in English, so you can find the reports over there. You can find the information about tech hubs and also the news about different startups. Because I believe that we should ourselves celebrate our successes and also let the other world that we're not only about war, corruption, or whatever, but also about innovation, about startups, and a lot of things already going on in Ukraine. And I think that we need to share this ourselves. So that's what we're doing.
Excellent. Thank you. Chris.
Rick.
Should Ukraine aspire to look like Silicon Valley?
I don't think it should aspire to look like Silicon Valley. I agree with the comment that you can't just sort of duplicate Silicon Valley. But the reality for me is I view Silicon Valley less as a place. I mean, you go back in history, it used to be what, a 2-mile stretch on 101, down somewhere near San Jose. Quote unquote, Silicon Valley sort of swallowed the whole San Francisco Bay Area. But more important to me is that Silicon Valley is a mindset. There's a way of thinking about value creation. There's a way of thinking about starting companies. And there's a lot to be learned from that. One of the things that I think Silicon Valley companies are really, really good at is being focused on value creation. And I see, a lot of startups all over the world start out with like, I've built some really cool technology, let me find someplace I can sell it. I made a hammer, let me go find a nail. There's a lot that you can learn about how people in Silicon Valley think about creating value for customers, think about creating products, and think about the process of creating companies to be able to bring that product to market. Mm-hmm. There are certain aspects you just can't replicate. You can't, at this point, replicate the density. You can't replicate the history. You can't magically recreate Berkeley and Stanford. But there's so much of the way entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley think that can be directly applied anywhere in the world.
So it's a mindset.
You have to separate the physical place and the density from the mindset. You can't replicate the density, but you can replicate the mindset.
Miguel, rather than say Silicon Valley, you're from Spain. Talk to me a little bit about that as an ecosystem. What does an ecosystem mean, and how is the ecosystem there formed?
Okay. First of all, I would like to answer very briefly about the Silicon Valley thing.
Sure, of course.
Because personally, I'm more and more involved in impact investment and impact innovation. And sometimes I think the Silicon Valley model about growing startups, following bigger and bigger fundraising rounds with the only goal of getting a big asset is not the only model that could be, applied worldwide. That is the first thing. And the second thing, I think that in secondary cities or countries that they are not so big like the States, China, India, or Russia, or European Union or whatever, there is also possibilities for becoming building leading innovation hubs or building a leading innovation ecosystem. A sample could be, why not developing wine innovation ecosystem in spaces like Georgia, Spain, France, then they are specialized in wine. Or here in Ukraine, if a particular city or region is especially good in agri-food or creative industries, why not becoming the leading ecosystem, innovation ecosystem in that particular industry? Coming back to your question about Spain, I think that Spain has the chance of being the door for Latin America and the 600 million Spanish global community to Europe, and building bridges between Latin America, the Hispanic U.S. market community, and Europe and the Mediterranean, and the opposite. That is basically, personally, in what I am more involved, is about connecting the local ecosystem. Local can be a city, a region, or even a country like Spain that is a middle-sized country with global ecosystem. Bringing global leading initiatives like World Business Angel Investment Forum, and I've been representing the last 5 years. Also like Entrepreneurship World Cup, which is the largest competition, or Start Grind, and is another initiative in partnership with Google for startups that is implemented in more than 600 cities. So there is ways where somebody like me, a simple individual, can be integrated in these global initiatives and can help the local ecosystem to become a little bit more global.
Excellent, thank you. I noted too when you talked about regions that have something in common, like wine or cheeses or certain sorts of technology perhaps, call those clusters, so that we're also not only talking about ecosystems, but clusters around which you can build common understanding, development of supply chains, things along those lines.
Yeah, but you can also build like a wine startup mapping of the global, how to say, landscape of every startup that is trying to digitalize and to disrupt the wine industry. Why not, how to say, having a global perspective with a new approach, different industries. And for example, the last startup that together with other investors, we have invested is a Moroccan artisan handcraft marketplace that is helping the artisans in Morocco to sell their products globally. It's becoming their digital and export department. And we are now replicating the model in Latin America and different countries. We are replicating the model in Spain. Why not could be replicated here in Ukraine, where there is also a quite interesting handcraft and artisan industry. And you can try to identify and map what is going on all around the world, startups that will be focusing in that particular field, and try to build a, we can say, virtual ecosystem on that particular field, and the same could be replicated in almost every market segment or industry.
Nice. Keith, so you're in charge. So you've been told by the authorities, whoever they are, that an ecosystem needs to get built. So Silicon Valley, one could argue, was grown organically, not necessarily by government mandate, but you're in charge. What would you do? How would you grow an ecosystem from scratch, or how would you reinforce one that's just getting started?
Well, I would first of all try not to laugh when they approached me with that mandate, because I don't believe I don't believe in these centrally created ecosystem ideology at all.
What about China?
Thank you for proving my point. You can throw the money at it, but ultimately the conditions have to be there. And 5-year plans, I mean, it's going to succeed or fail based on the culture and the values and the prerequisites for growth. So the best thing you can do, you want to create ecosystems, is, I know I sound a bit, but get out of the way. Remove the obstacles to entrepreneurship. Create the basic infrastructure that's needed to, the fertile soil is needed. Remove obstacles from funding and allow the chemistry to happen. That you can do. But if you try to be the Dr. Frankenstein of the ecosystem world, you're more likely than not just another civil servant working for the state trying to justify your international travel and expense budget. And that is a waste of money, in my opinion. I hope that answers your question.
It does indeed. So Chris, same question to you. You told us earlier that you are one of these agencies that helps build ecosystems.
Oops.
Oops. You know, I have obviously a different perspective, but you know, from my perspective, everything that you just heard is actually true. That you need to get rid of the obstacles that are in the way of entrepreneurs being successful from a governmental perspective. You need to get rid of unreasonable regulations. You need to create regulatory environments that facilitate capital formation and all of those kinds of things. But you can actively go and create community. You can actively go and seed an ecosystem. The World Economic Forum in 2014 actually did a really interesting study on sort of the characteristics that need to be present for an ecosystem to be sort of growing and effective. And I view it sort of as a Rubik's Cube. The big mistake I see people make is they try to solve one problem at a time. But if you're trying to solve a Rubik's Cube, you know, you have the 6 faces of the cube, and you can't just solve one. It's like, yay, I got it all green, and then you look at all of the other ones, it's messed up. And sometimes to make progress on one side, you got to mess up the other side. But you can do things like create incentives for capital formation for real venture. You can do things in terms of, you know, beginning to teach entrepreneurship. You can create entrepreneurship programs at universities. But the most important thing that you can do is create intelligent programs that help startups with coaching and mentoring and support that isn't available in the local ecosystem. The real sort of, I think, secret of Silicon Valley outside of the mindset is the fact that within a 1-hour drive of you, every single person you could possibly need to get help from to grow your company is there. And if you're not in one of these really dense ecosystems, you have to artificially seed the ecosystem. Because what happens is you create these seeds and you see networks start to form around it, and more nodes start to come and more nodes start to come. And I'm living actually right now, I've moved from Silicon Valley to Georgia. And it's been remarkable, my experience there, because I can actually see the network formation happening in real time. And we start to get more people come from Silicon Valley, come from London, come from Berlin, and the next time they come, they bring a friend. And eventually some of the friends stay. I mean, that's how I ended up, I ended up there. But it's, the big mistake, I think, is it's a generational activity. The problem is that people think that it's going to be done in like, okay, we're going to run a program for 2 years and magically we're going to have an ecosystem. No, it's a generation, but it needs the people who create those seed crystals around which all of these networks can form.
So Martin, if you were in a hurry, if you couldn't wait a decade to actually get an ecosystem built, if you were given the directive to make this happen sooner, what would you do?
Well, I tell you a personal experience. Before COVID, I was invited by the Swiss Entrepreneurship Foundation to go to the Balkans and give some kind of workshops to try to help to develop the ecosystem in Serbia, Montenegro. And what I found is that at the end of the day, I think that the ecosystem will start, they should start with building a community within the city or the region or the country. And on top of that community, you can start to build talent. And once you have the talent, you can start to try to develop startups. And once you have enough startups, maybe you could have a good business angel networks or other kind of fundraising or funding or investment. But you cannot create from scratch a real business angel network if you don't have previously a quantity and quality of startups, and the startups need the good talent from technical management point of view, and the community is the foundation of everything. So I think that the COVID thing is one of obviously has changed a lot of things in the society. And if we think about the future, one of the positive that could be coming from the COVID is that we are really moving to a more physical and digital world where people can, entrepreneurs can get access to global specialized mentorship with the best possible expertise. When before for example, the startup acceleration programs, the best that they were doing is getting the best mentor in the city or the best mentors in the region. Now you can get the real good mentors from anywhere in the world. Another startup that we are investing is this is a beta tester, so it's not published yet. They have created a solution for creating and managing micro-acceleration programs. And everyone, like here in the panel or in the audience that have a specific expertise can create his own micro-acceleration program, gathering the global mentor network and offering that expertise not only for startups, but for example, a Michelin chef that has already made 3 good restaurants can show his methodology to people all around the world with this kind of platform, and have mentors from all around the world showing people about how to create and manage a successful restaurant. So I think that that window of opportunity that we have to approach investors, mentors to anywhere in the world, and not to be focusing not only in the local physical space, is going to change. It's already changing, but it's going to be develop and grow in the coming months and years.
Thank you. So we've been hearing some different views, but I think relatively aligned on how to develop ecosystems and some of the necessary agreements. I'd love to hear from you, Natalie.
Yeah, I actually also wanted to join this dialogue because that's pretty exciting. My MBA diploma was about clusters and about actually building the ecosystems. And I know that first there was this idea about that ecosystem could be built, though even Michael Porter says that you can't really just do it by just deciding to create a cluster or an ecosystem. It needs to start from the bottom, from the underground, so to say.
Organic growth.
Right. Yes, and it could be different reasons for this. Either a big company or a combination of successful factors or something else. So there were a number of factors how the ecosystem starts to grow. But what could be done for those ecosystems that already is growing by itself is to help to really manage, because ecosystem is a set of interconnected elements, and they are all the actors in the ecosystem need to play their role, and if one or several roles are not fulfilled yet, it hinders the development of the whole ecosystem. So there is very useful if there is some, point where strategic information is gathered, what is missing. And for example, here in Ukraine, we also had this. I was the national lead for the export strategy for IT sector, and we gathered around 150 stakeholders, and I was personally going to the interviews with them, and I was asking them 2 questions. What is not working? And what do you think how we should solve this? And we just listed it in our strategic document, and I think that I hope that this document also helped to really understand better what is missing, what is the next thing that we should do, because everywhere, like when you start growing something, there is a bottleneck. And or low-hanging fruit, you also call it in the Western management. And so there is one of several things solving which you can actually boost the development of such a complex thing as an ecosystem. And it's not only like one thing that you just push, for example, all the time investors, or all the time you're just doing accelerators or events. it's each time there is a different aspect that needs to have this growth, and we need to understand like what is the next thing to do, what is the next thing to do, and there needs to be, I don't know, maybe there could be in different ecosystems, either there are stakeholders that are gathering together and understanding this, or a strategic platform, or something else. So where Tech Ukraine wants also to do this, just I hope that we're getting there. I think that for the ecosystem, or there are cluster management, or there is also such things. So people thinking strategically that are helping, maybe going to the right people and say, hey, you're doing this like great job, for example, education, but we're just missing the role of, I don't know, product manager. Could you please also launch these courses because there is a niche and you could do this? Or just this type of activity. It's not only that one person needs to do everything, but like, for example, like we missed big events and now we have You Tomorrow Summit. Yeah, so there is like somebody had this idea that this is lacking, but this is like we need to scan the ecosystem all the time to understand what is the next thing to do. And ideally, if there are people who actually are gathering and doing it like on a permanent basis.
What are the short-term priorities then for this ecosystem? What are the things that you believe at this point in time that are lacking, or what needs to be brought in?
That's a good question, because the previous ones are already like being a little bit solved. So we have more capital in the ecosystem for now. We have, like it's really nice to see that investors are really starting to be more and more interested, and we have startups that are growing. I think that, and currently we're really digging into launching entrepreneurship courses in universities, different places. So it's also something that's already tackled. What is the next big thing? Let me think about this question. I will return it. I will return to you.
So Keith, the authorities have come back to you and said, Ukraine as an ecosystem is developing. It's starting to show up here on the world stage. Probably needs to think about connections. Where would you go first? Which of the other global ecosystems would you reach out to first? Which are the most important to this country, do you think?
I'm not sure I would reach out to any global ecosystems at all. I mean, think about connections, and again, if I go back to the Finnish example, right? I mean, public sector put millions and millions into, the innovation system, quotation marks, and ecosystem creation and incubation systems and acceleration systems, and I mean, it was a huge money-making machine for consultants, at least. And I watched it for 20 years produce very little output. And other than international travel for public sector civil servants and international conferences. And then we saw the wonderful, thank you, Stephen Elip. We owe you for destroying Nokia, because when he blew it up with his burning platform thing, if you remember that.
Yeah.
I mean, first everybody wanted to kill him, and then 10 years later he was an accidental hero, because that act took all the DNA that was concentrated in Nokia, which was overwhelming the driver of the Finnish economy, and suddenly scattered all that talent and experience all over. And we started seeing microclusters popping up all over the place as those formerly captive people became available and started seeding more capital and meeting up with each other. And here I come to the point. They had the networks, both domestically, regionally, and globally. They had them, either individually or in groups. And once the thing exploded, they reached out and started to themselves, entrepreneurially, build these networks. And then we started seeing gaming clusters, medical device clusters, RF clusters, smart materials. I mean, there were dozens of them. And today, I mean, we can only look back and say, thank you, Nokia, for blowing up. Thank you, Stephen Elip, for killing it. Because now we have the most diversified, knowledge-based economy ever in the country's history. And it didn't happen because of the public sector innovation system or because of managing, all due respect, the ecosystem. It happened because of an accident and because of talented, driven people, despite one of the most un-entrepreneurial friendly tax systems on planet Earth. Despite that disincentive, it's been a gift. So I wouldn't reach out to any particular global ecosystem or cluster. We need to go after anchor companies who are going to be our customers, supply chain members. We need to ourselves get off our asses and build the relationships. And when we do that aggressively enough and determinedly enough, then we'll have, the clusters will happen because of human beings, not because of management. You asked me, so.
I did. I love that
That was
answer.
your first mistake.
I love that answer. It wasn't a mistake. It was deliberate.
I was being sarcastic.
It was funny because in the last panel that we had, it was all about corporate innovation, and the one company I held up as the a company that was shocked by outside events, by the iPhone appearing and Nokia exploding as a result, was just that one. What we're talking about here is the whole idea of creative destruction. That ecosystems, once they're developed, actually thrive if they're able to go ahead and work their way through these large destructive waves that happen. And I just wanted to sort of go a quick aside, is that's what's happened with Silicon Valley. If you take a look at each one of the recessions that's happened, you know, the dot-com bust that happened and the big nuclear winter, from that little seed sprouted and we ended up with the next generation of technologies. 2008 a recession happened. A whole set of industries were destroyed and brand new seeds of newly developed companies emerged. And the same thing is happening here with COVID, in that there was a number of industries that took big hits, consumer-facing ones especially, and we're starting to see new things grow. So a healthy ecosystem survives and thrives through that set of creative destruction. On that note, I interrupted you earlier because the question was, what's happening here within Ukraine and what elements are needed?
Yes, and actually I thought about the answer, and I think that there are two things that are really like the next big thing. So also other elements that are currently done, like education and everything, is just all really important and they need to proceed. But I think that what is still missing and what is just really could make a boom is the development of the local market. Because Ukrainian IT is mostly export-oriented, and we're doing a great job. Yes, we're just exporting. It's the third biggest export industry in Ukrainian economy, and we're really recognized and known, and our startups are succeeding. But what is happening is that the startup just starts to export right after it is created or search for investors. And I know that in other ecosystems, startups are first experimenting locally, and they are just finding their niches and their working models. And after that, after they get their first paying customers locally, they actually can export. And that actually concerns most the deep tech, like these solid solutions that are like really not about, I don't know, some digital or some marketing or business processes, but the ones that are solving the problems of the real sector of economy. And I think here, if we start working with the local market and help our companies to do it, like everybody will benefit. Of course, our economy will become more competitive and more digitalized, but also the startups will be more prepared to go abroad and will be more powerful because they will have this base. And then with this base, they can do more as just winning these niches in other countries. I think this is one of the things to do. And the second one is to get more connected. So that is your next question, right? Yeah, so yeah, indeed, I think that for a long time, Ukraine was not really transparent in terms of whom to talk to. I know that there are, like, because before I was the director of Kyiv IT cluster, and already back then I was receiving a lot of questions of people that were searching for somebody just to really to connect, because there were people interested in our country before, and now this number is growing, but they need to have some, I don't know, respective recipients to talk to, because then this magic happens and something can be created. So indeed, I think that like we have these communities and co-working spaces, and we at Tech Ukraine also doing this job and really growing and helping just to find the right connections. So I believe that here this is really very important. And answering your question about locations, I think that we need to be connected, of course, to the, first of all, it depends on the startups. Different startups need different markets, but generally, I think that we should join the high level this dialogue of the technologically developed countries. So this is US, this is Europe, this are also Asian countries that currently are also making their boost. But US and Europe are probably two regions that we're thinking about first when we're thinking whom to connect to.
So, thank you. I think we're now shifting into the actual title and purpose of this panel, and that is to think about Ukraine as an ecosystem and how does the Ukrainian ecosystem play on the global stage. How do you connect with individual ecosystems and the economy around the world? And Chris, I don't know if you have any thoughts. Where do you think Ukraine is in that cycle of being up on the global stage, and what steps would you recommend for Ukrainians to actually take it the next step?
So I think Ukraine is at an inflection point where, it has a great reputation for talent. People around the world in the technology community think, very talented technical people, very talented engineers, very talented programmers. But it doesn't have that reputation around building product, in terms of, companies being formed that are doing something other than offshoring, outsourcing, selling, well, we have really smart people and you have to pay them less. That's not a sustainable, position. The thing that, I think is really important, and I spoke about this briefly in the press panel that I was on, is that you have to find a way to create brain circulation. Craig Barrett at Intel was the one who introduced me to this phrase. It's the idea that you need to have smart people going back and forth between multiple places, between different tech hubs, between different clusters, and they have to go and spend a significant period of time there. You can't just go and spend, like from Ukraine, go spend a week in Silicon Valley. You're not going to build any really meaningful connections. You're not going to build any meaningful, relationships. A friend of mine jokes about all these people who come, the government people who come for 1 week to go on tour. They joke about it as being the Silicon Valley safari, right? You drive along, it's like, oh, look, that's an engineer. Oh, there's a Googler, there's a Google bike. You have to find ways to get people to spend time in the other ecosystems, because that's where you create real meaningful human relationships. And, Zoom enables all kinds of things, but my belief is Zoom and all of these online tools are really effective if you have a relationship and you're trying to maintain the relationship. I already know somebody, we can catch up on Zoom and so forth. But when you're trying to actually, for the first time, build a relationship and you're trying to get to know someone, you have to do it in person. My belief is it's the way we're wired as people. Early in my career, I used to struggle with why are people going to all these business dinners? What's about the business dinner? But there is something of great value in that, where you have a chance to eat together, break bread, talk to each other, get to know each other on a personal and a professional level. And the only way you do that is to spend time in those ecosystems. And when you start getting these people coming back and forth, it multiplies. As I said, my own experience in Georgia is I started going to Georgia 2 years ago. And then I was like, wow, this is really cool. And I met 3 or 4 really interesting people. And then I turned around and I invited 3 or 4 of my friends from Silicon Valley to come and hang out for a while. And then, we invited some people from Georgia to come spend a couple weeks in Silicon Valley. And it's through creating those deep, meaningful personal relationships that then the fire happens. It explodes and it grows exponentially. And I do think there is a role for governments in terms of funding the facilitation of that, particularly in places that don't have, that are not as wealthy. For someone from Ukraine to go spend a month in Silicon Valley, that's a massive financial investment. And there are ways that you can structure that to support that. But you should also be looking at ways to get people from Silicon Valley, from London, from Berlin, from Singapore, from Tokyo, here into Ukraine, so that they can be building those relationships as well.
So Keith, what he's saying is that it shouldn't be the government people getting on planes and flying around. It should be government paying for other people to be on planes and fly around.
Was that a question?
It was a comment to prod you into a controversial statement.
So instead of public sector subsidized tourism, we should have private sector tourism funded by the public sector. Oh, that's much better. I don't necessarily, seriously though, disagree with that thinking. It's about how you execute and whether there's a measurable, rather a target and measurable output to see whether you're actually achieving anything with that, so that it doesn't just become a lot of, psychobabble bullshit.
Well, the data is really compelling on it.
There you go, data, I love that.
There's anybody who cares about ecosystems. There's a group out of San Francisco that produces something called the Global Ecosystem Report every year. And it's this massive 150-page, but all kinds of data. But one of the things that they studied a couple years ago was the impact of what they called global connectedness. And they were able to create a really compelling data-driven model that said that startup ecosystems that have a high degree of global connectedness, as measured by the founders. How many people do founders know in other ecosystems, and how many people in other ecosystems know founders in that ecosystem? So on a deeply personal basis, the high connectivity ecosystems, the high globally connected ecosystems, outperform the low ones by a factor of 4 to 5.
So the report he's talking about is the Startup Genome, and it's written by the Compass Group, Startup Genome. If anybody's interested in this topic at all, and the report's up to 250 pages now, it's insane, but it's got so much, it's great, great, great. Yes.
I actually wanted to add, you mentioned Startup Genome. I happened to be in one of their meetings. There was a side event at Web Summit, and they gathered the representatives from different ecosystems, those that are just participating in this, I think, really very great and useful project. Instead, they were really connecting to each other, and that was a very unique and special experience for me also to see how different countries and different key members from this associations, organizations. I remember that from the United States of America, there was the head of the Association of the Corporates, and from other organizations there were some government officials, and I think that was super useful. That is actually about connectedness and about cooperation, and also about personal meetings. Because I agree that this is very important, and you don't do business with the country you haven't visited. I just really believe that usually this is happening first, the emotional connection, and then when you see the surrounding, you breathe the air, you meet people, then you're saying, okay, I want to do business with this location. Or maybe for cooperation it's different, but for normal businesses, I think this is how it's happening.
This whole idea of measuring ecosystem effectiveness and doing a ranking, it's now a thing. And so Startup Genome has been around since around 2012, I think was the first report. There's another one here that Dominique is pretty involved with called Startup Blink that's out there as well. Startup Genome measures countries. Startup Blink takes a look at countries, but also cities. And Ukraine is somewhere in the middle on the world economy, but and those move up and down. year by year, but the overall trend is up.
But this year, actually, it was a special one because Ukraine was in the top 30 countries in startup Blink
You cracked,
ecosystems.
really cracked
Right,
top 30.
so that was very, very pleasant also for us. And I believe the more information we are providing about our ecosystem, actually the better ranking is because they also gathering data, and if data is lacking, they are lowering the rank. So currently, this is better, and UNIT was the partner for Startup Blink, and we at Tech Ukraine, we're also the ecosystem partner, so we are providing the information to this report. So we're happy to see that the ranking is higher than before.
Excellent. We're getting close towards the end. I'm going to ask a question to the panel, and then if we do have time, I'm going to open up to a couple questions from the audience. But we're talking about connectedness here, and I just want to ask across the board, if you had to pick the top 3 ecosystems for Ukraine to connect with, where would you prioritize your activity? I know it's not mandated or there's no big authority doing that, but where do you think the most interesting places to connect with between Ukraine and the world? What would you pick?
Maybe we should start.
Where would you buy your plane tickets?
Well, that's another story, but maybe we should start with Miguel because.
Yeah, please.
Okay, I think the U.S.
But where in the U.S. then? U.S. is pretty big. You have a lot of ecosystems there.
Okay, you are from Silicon Valley, so go ahead, Silicon Valley.
Come on over. You're welcome.
Second, Israel.
Israel.
China.
China. And where in China?
Hong Kong, Shenzhen.
Hong Kong, Shenzhen. Excellent. Okay, Chris?
So I think you have to some degree, you have to find ways to connect with Silicon Valley. There's just too many companies, too much money, too many people, and so forth to ignore it. I agree with the comment on Israel. I think it's a fairly natural connect point out of Ukraine for a lot of reasons. And I also think there would be a lot of value in connecting to the ecosystem in Estonia, in Tallinn, in terms of is sort of a shared common post-Soviet experience, but with people who are farther down the road of developing a startup culture and a startup ecosystem and so forth. But I think there would be a fairly natural affinity there.
Keith? No, not in order.
He went after me anyway. I'm going to try not to. The old saying is, if you don't like the question you were asked, answer the question you wish you were asked. It's an old political trick. So I'll do that.
Okay.
Since I don't want to do this geographic cheerleading exercise. Instead, what I'd say is that I think you should look at your sector, your niche. Maybe to preface this, I disagree with this idea, all due respect, that you need this domestic market, this local market. I strongly disagree with that because I think what it does is it makes you complacent and lazy and turns you too easily into a lifestyle entrepreneur. I think instead, what we saw in the Nordic markets and also by the way, in Tallinn and in Vilnius was that being forced to go after international customers, anchor customers in specific niches, forced our customers to be born global, globally oriented from day one in everything they did, in the whole value chain, rather than building their products and services around what was familiar to them, made them speak the international lingua franca from day one. So I just don't agree with that idea that you need a local market. If you have one, great, but if you don't, then don't sweat it. Just go after the global customerships wherever they are. And then if you come back to your question, I'll almost answer it by saying that if you're looking at your individual niche and the more focused, the better, and breaking that down into its component parts, understanding who are the players on all sides of the value chain, every link in that individual niche, and building on that wherever they are. So recently I was involved in the automotive industry, specifically software, and you knew exactly where they were. You knew exactly where they were. It was a half a dozen locations in North America, in Europe, in Asia, where we needed to be connected with all the players. And so it was completely sector and niche specific. And so I think the answer is look in the mirror, look at your own niche, make sure you have one first of all, and then make sure that you build or connect with those ecosystems in those zones which are most relevant to your own specific niche, and know everybody you need to know in that niche. Rather than looking at this as go to Silicon Valley or go to Boston or go to Atlanta or go to Tel Aviv or wherever you're going. I just don't think that it's a geographic game anymore. It's virtual in a sense and physical.
I would agree and disagree here because I believe that if the hub, like the technological hub, is really big, and there are a lot of companies, and there are a lot of investors, and there are a lot of startups, there is higher chances, according to this like basic law of statistics, that you will get more valuable connections out of the, I don't know, the city of 8 million versus the city of, I don't know, 600,000. So of course, for any startup, just they need to decide themselves which are the locations for their specific products or services. But I believe, like statistically, if we're looking at their like geographical locations in the world, I would really pick. I will not be probably very original here, but yes, United States, Silicon Valley, and also New York City area, because I believe that there is also a lot of startups and this good ecosystem over there, and London, because London is fairly big in terms of technology and in terms of, I don't know, its financial center, etc. And one more comment about the local market.
She couldn't let it go.
I would say that yes, you could succeed without the local market. And that's what Ukrainian technological ecosystem is currently doing. But if you have it, that would be better, because of course you have something to experiment on before you can go worldwide. But yes, of course you can live without as well, and this is what we're currently doing. Yeah.
All right, so we are out of time. I think this has been a really fun panel. I appreciate everybody that's contributed here. Thank you so much, Martin and Chris and Natalie and Keith as well. Keith, you as well. So thanks so much. Thank you for being here. Day one is officially over for programming. There's a big event going on a little bit later for those of you who are going there. So hope to see you, and hope to see you tomorrow. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Rick.